She is the best I've ever seen her look. She has not made any errors.
All right, we are back. And it's time for our final two events of the 2024 Rogue Invitational. Ladies up first, then the guys. Okay, cool. Let me get some of my beast hydration system going. It's always important to make sure that Eddie Hall is happy and proud of us. Want to stay hydrated? Have 5 going at a time, so it should not take long to get through this event at all. Wow. I think I'd want to see that replay again. They say that Beliveau just beat out Sam, but I think I think that Melissa just beat out Sam, even though they said that Sam just beat out Melissa. Let's see here. Okay. But I don't know if that's actually legal or not. I guess since they're not calling it and saying that that it's not legal or that it's illegal, I guess Sam is allowed to do that. But I would have thought you had to be standing on the platform to touch the buzzer. She put the weight stack up there and then dive for the buzzer without actually climbing up on to the last rung. So I don't think she actually was on top of the stairs. She hadn't completed the last stair. So I don't know how they're gonna. I mean, I guess they're allowing it, right? But to me, that's sus, as the kids say. I don't know how I feel about that.
That's a very heavy yoke for. I mean, some of these women are, middle class, competitive, middleweight, not competitive, middleweight. Yes, and a 600-pound yoke is what the heavyweights use. So, and they moved it very, very quickly. They did. I mean, the ladies' side of the sport just continues to progress at such a rapid pace. You were the best in the world when it came to the yoke. How do you feel about a combination of everything?
Yeah, I don't know. They have officially, it looks like, given that nod to Sam Beliveau. And I like Sam. So what I'm saying is not like, anti Sam, but I don't think that should have counted. Um, yes, she got the weights up there, but she had not climbed that, and that is a stair. You have to climb the stairs. So I don't know. I think Melissa won that, and I don't really know how you mark Sam's time because she dove up there and then she landed like that and still really wasn't standing on the platform. So I don't really know what time you give Sam, but personally, I don't think that should have been legal. But we haven't had any drama since this thing began, and like I said, I was surprised by that. And what good is a strongman competition without a little bit of drama, right? So we finally got a little bit of it. I might get content out of it because I just might have to make a video on that later. All right, the second set of ladies. Yeah, with them going five at a time here, this event is going to be done in no time. Either this is going to be the world's shortest stream I've ever done, or I'm going to have to hang out until the final event because they're going to get the guys right up here and this thing is done. Maybe I'll hang out until the final event this time. All right. Come on, athletes. You got some buzzers to touch.
You're ready, and you explode, and then it's a little bit different. You start shooting the
Yeah, I'll tell you when this run is done. I have the schedule up in another tab. I don't have it memorized, but I can look at it real quick. You can also post a link to the rogue schedule in the chat.
Almost blind hit. Skill is just ahead of the shoot and under down. She threw two of those three weights. She's going to be the first woman to get her hands on weight number three, and it's skill holding up over the shoot.
Carrasquillo, he wins another event. He wins another event. Man, she has just looked phenomenal. Oh, yeah, I guess I ignored the first round. I was thinking, oh, what do you mean third? She just won that. There was the Sam and Melissa, which I still have my thoughts and the comments I had before about Sam's run. Okay, let me get your answer to the scheduling thing real quick. Okay, so the sixth and final event begins at about 3 hours from now, 3 hours and 15 minutes from now. And I will post a link to the schedule in the chat. Yeah, sorry, Sam. I don't think you won.
Stay in your lane and do your job, and that's what I did.
What was the biggest challenge with this event?
I think
Apparently, the biggest challenge of the event is getting on the top stair.
Win, and it was razor thin, as less than a second separates first from fourth. 34.87 seconds for Beliveau, edging out Melissa Peacock in that first heat. And Inez Carrasquillo picks up third place, and Olga Lashuk takes fourth. Huge points back.
That should just keep Inez on top.
Point.
All right.
Photo finish between Beliveau and Peacock. Man, stay with us here at the 2024.
They've shown the replay enough times that obviously it's legal or it wasn't discussed or whatever, but I am not going to change my position. That should not be legal. She did not climb the final stair. Bottom line, she didn't do it. Kind of lucky she didn't hurt herself diving like that. She could have dove like that and smacked her knee into those weight plates, or even worse, the handlebar of those weight plates. Caught a corner. So not only do I think it was, cheating, but I would just argue that it was very unwise. A lot could have went wrong there. Safety alone is one of several reasons why I would make a rule that states they can't do it. She just I think when we're done streaming today, I am going to reward myself with some buffalo wings. I believe I'm going to do that. Thinking, do I want buffalo wings or Chinese food? And I'm still wondering. I just might get both. I think I'm going to wind up getting wings for sure. Question is, will I add some Chinese food to it? I don't know. I've been eating super clean lately. Doing very, very well. Very proud of myself over the last 5 weeks or so. But I might have my first cheat day in over a month today and just eat like I want to eat. Eat like a human being. Eat like a guy who used to find that was the one pure joy in his life. Well, Dave, if that wasn't against the rules, then I do hope they revamp them and make that against the rules because, again, I think it's cheating. So I don't think it should be within the rules. And outside of the fact that she didn't climb the last stair, it's just not safe, And if you don't have rules that encourage your athletes to do safe, they're always going to look for that edge. They're always going to look for shortcuts and ways to trim, right? Even at their own peril. And I believe that right there, what we just witnessed, is one of them. And I could seriously see some lady or gentleman getting quite messed up later by doing that. And I'd say the last thing that Rogue needs is potentially another lawsuit from an injury that happened at one of their strongman events. Now, we don't know that there was a lawsuit filed by Big Trey Mitchell when he got hurt. There's been a lot of rumblings that people think that's what happened and that's why he didn't get invited and all of this stuff. But it's really, I think, largely people speculating and guesstimating what happened without knowing anything to be sure. It's possible that he just didn't get invited back because they didn't expect him to be recovered by the time that they were inviting people out for this year. Could be other things in there. It could be some sort of potential legal battle, but I don't think anybody knows that. I think it's just people doing what we typically do, running our mouths about things that we don't know about. But if it is true, I would again say that's the last thing that Rogue needs is to have a strongman competitor getting hurt in one of the events from something that's not just, oh wow, we lifted a heavy weight and our body gave out, but an unsafe apparatus, an unsafe event, unsafe rules, whatever. So probably would be wise for them to take a look at that going forward. In my opinion, which is no more valuable than anyone else's. And they've almost got this set up already. Some of the people are going to show up when the men are done and ask when they're getting started, I think. Another yawn. Neck pain. All right, where are we at? I don't know. But I know that the. Well, again, let's review. So, I said that your top three finishers in this event, I was going to say Hooper wins it all, Evan Singleton takes second, and Thor takes third. Now, I can actually see a lot of different 1, 2, 3 scenarios in this event. So, I definitely don't think that's a foregone conclusion. I think there's several competitors who could do well here. Tom can do well. Pavlo can do well here. Well, he's not going to do well with that bicep hurting. I would not have really looked for Thomas Evans to do super well anyway, but with the stairs not being as high as they have been in the past, potentially, but not with the way they are now. But this should be a pretty interesting event, I believe. Oh, are you still there, Dave? And if so, do you have a prediction? Who do you think will be the top three? Does anyone else sitting there watching that maybe has an answer that hasn't typed anything into the chat? If so, feel free to put your top three in this event. And if you don't agree with me, I will then explain why you're wrong. All right. Good stuff, guys, for real. That's a name that I don't recognize, Kanan Gray. Have you ever been to one of my streams before? Once. Okay. Well, welcome back. All right, so they're showing the official standings. I'm glad they did that. So again, the top three is the same as it was before, and they increased their lead over Evan Singleton. I think he's going to get some points back here, though. But we've got Hooper, Halfthor, and Tom in the top three, and I think they will finish. I'm going to say the top five are going to be Hooper, Evan Singleton, Halfthor, Tom, Pavlo. I think that's going to be your top five. But, and that's the order I'm giving them to, too. That's what I just said 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, respectively. But I could actually see that being shook up in a variety of ways. And I could see someone who's not in my top five climbing in there. This should be an interesting thing. I really do think the lowering of the power stairs is kind of the cliffhanger of this event, or the little difference that changes us up from what we would expect and just normal take a look at how they have done historically and say, okay, well, this is how they're going to do. The fact that the stairs are about 3 to 4 inches lower than where they typically are, I think that's a big difference. Now the yoke, we just expect, okay, Mitchell Hooper is going to win the yoke portion. But what happens once they leave the yoke and transition to the stairs? Mitch second, Thomas third. Thomas who? Thomas Evans? I don't think he's going to do that well here because of his bicep injury. I don't think those stairs are going to be very friendly to him at all. So it looks like I am outvoted. Everyone's saying Thor's going to win it, and Mitch is going to come in second. I'm predicting the opposite. So in this first group of guys, I'm going to look for Pavlo to win this heat. Thomas Evans doing great with the yoke, but then again, I think he's going to struggle right here. And I want to be wrong. I hope he does great. He's doing great so far. Sweet. Doesn't look like that injury is hurting him too much. He's definitely feeling this last one. Good job, Thomas Evans. Pavlo definitely did not win because he's going to come in last, it looks like. 500-pound block. Too much for the handsome one. Pavlo's just going to have to go away and work on his static strength. Good job, Thomas Evans. I really thought the way that we've seen him nurse the last two events, that was not going to go well. I know when he tried to pick up that Husafelt bag, it looked really bad. He couldn't even get it off the ground. I guess having handles helps here, and the fact that he gets to stay in more of an upright position. Doesn't have to have any bend in the arm there. I guess those things all help. But that was a good performance. And considering he's hurt, I would say a really gutsy performance too. Well, Dave, I was certainly wrong when I said Pavlo would do well too, because again, I had him in my top 5 in the event, and he's probably going to finish dead last. Not just last in his heat, but last overall. I think everybody else is going to complete the course. So you weren't the only one wrong about Pavlo's performance there. I thought he would do well. The weights didn't seem that heavy, that big to me, and that's usually when Pavlo gets in trouble, is when the weights climb. Those seem pretty manageable, so I thought he would do just fine, but I was wrong. This one's for you, Eddie. So, is there anybody here that is excited for the Brian Shaw Eddie Hall arm wrestling match? You guys always ask me to cover like arm wrestling, and I'm like, I'm not really that into that. But I know a lot of you are, and I know those are two awfully big names and two of the bigger personalities in the sport. I guess one really, really big personality and one guy with a large following. But is anybody excited to watch those two guys arm wrestle? I'm not either, but I'm sure someone is. It's going to attract a lot of attention for the sport of arm wrestling, I'm sure. But I couldn't care too much. I don't know. I assume it's not too bad because hasn't shown any sign of calling it off or anything. So maybe he didn't tear it at all. Maybe he just said he did in that video with him and Iron Bibby doing the presses. Maybe he did. I don't know. I don't know. But as far as I know, hasn't called it off. And I would think that if you've done that, probably not arm wrestling. Okay. I don't. You might be right, Mike. You might be right. Uh, Hooper the Moose may have been more gassed and exhausted than the others. I don't think it was an energy and oxygen. I don't think it was any of those things. I think it was he just had muscle fatigue, not him fatigue. Muscles were fatigued, especially the grip. I think he was having a lot of trouble holding on to that rope. And so now that could still come back and hurt him in this event and the next event too. But I don't know. I'm just expecting a Hooper win. It's a bit shocking to me that we've seen 0 Hooper wins so far. And you could actually make the argument. It's not really much of an argument to make. I mean, it would be a literal fact to say that Hooper is performing worse today than he did yesterday. Because yesterday it was second place, second place, second place. Today, through one event, it's a third place finish. And if my math skills are correct, third place is worse than second. So, is anyone else having difficulties with their stream? Because you guys can see it right here where it's like buffering on me and stuff. Is that me specifically, or is that Rogue's live stream? Now, it caused me to not be live. I don't want to hit live because I'm going to miss part of the coverage. So I'm going to leave it and I'll retoggle live when I see that it's done here. All right, so we're going. We've got Hooper and Singleton 1-2, just like I expected. And that's a win for Mitchell Hooper, and hopefully not an Evan Singleton injury for Evan Singleton. All right. So there we go. There we So the first time this morning that I haven't looked stupid. Nice to finally make a good prediction. Evan had the second fastest time there, right? Thomas Evans, 1/10 of a second ahead of Hafthor. I don't know, Banana Hammock. I kind of like the five competitors at a time thing. I guess 4 I think would have been ideal, but for obvious reasons they couldn't have done that. If we had a 12-man field, which is what I would like to see anyway, you could have done 3 heats of 4. That would have been cool, but
Consistency is key, and I've proved that time and time again over the last couple of years. That continues to be my goal.
I saw you watching the replay back. What notes were you taking as you were observing?
My own replay?
When you were watching the replays back up on the Jumbotron or your own replay?
Yeah, I mean, just trying to glean any information you can. What most CrossFit fans wouldn't know is that every time we do power stairs, it's a different height, it's a different implement. Things change, and it's minute, but when it's at that weight, it really does matter.
Yoke or stairs, which do you prefer and why?
Yoke.
So yoke, I'm extremely blessed and fortunate. I don't train yoke, I don't touch it, I just don't have to. And so anytime that shows up, I know that I'm going to be in good stead. And it's a bit of a banker for me at this stage, so I always look.
I didn't give you another. That's what she said. You already got one today.
But the night before the competition, my wife sent me a video of our 8-month-old baby saying "Dada" for the first time, and
And he wasn't there to hear it.
The resounding feeling and sentiment was, I can't come here to come second if I'm missing that.
Thank you so much, Mitch.
Thank you. It motivates you like that. Mitch Hooper delivers.
All right.
In event 5.
So, again, guys, we got some time before the last event. I think I'm going to buck the trend that I have been doing the individual streams, and we're just going to sit here. And I hope some of you guys hang out and talk to me and ask me questions, and we can have some fellowship here, enjoy some fandom. I can answer some questions. Hopefully we're not just sitting here with me staring at the screen waiting for the final event, but I feel like I can hang out for an hour. It's not a huge amount of time, a little over an hour, hour and a half. And otherwise, this stream itself was pretty short. I mean, I guess 30 minutes is okay, but considering my streams usually go 2.5 to 6 hours, 12 hours long, a 30-minute stream seems pretty short. It's kind of hard to have them on static events, but I'm fine with them going heads up or having multiple people competing every event if you can find a way to pull it off and make it work. I think the athletes enjoy it because all competitors want to compete, and there's just a different vibe to be able to look across and see the person you're competing with or know what they're doing, causing that heart to pump a little faster and go, I gotta give a little more, I gotta try, I'm playing catch, or that defeated feeling that comes if they are doing an excellent performance, and you just to watch the athletes overcome that and the drama that goes with it, I really like that. I like that. So we have one event remaining until we get to crown a 2024 Rogue Champion. And that final event is the Circus Medley. So that's another pressing event. Based on how poorly Thor did in yesterday's pressing event, it makes you be very suspicious that he's going to do well in the final event. Probably won't, much to the disappointment of Thor fans. So Thor just took a 4th there in an event where you guys were saying he was going to come first. I said he'd come in 3rd. So I was closer than you guys were, but none of us were right. Thomas Evans just did really, really well. And again, with his arm injury, super great performance from Thomas Evans. Fantastic and phenomenal. Good show. But that being said, I guess Tom Stoltman is gonna be ahead of Thor now, and we may not see Thor on our podium at all. I need to go look at Strongman archives and see if the final standings or the total point standings right now are what I think they are. They might be. I might be wrong. Let me see where they're at. Okay, so right now, they don't have points on Strongman Archive for the last event, so that does not help me. I guess I could do it myself. So Hooper's got 45. Half Thor would be adding 7 points, 38. Tom finished 3rd, so he'd get 8. He'd be at 38. So I guess half Thor and Tom would be tied at 38 apiece. Evan would get 9. He'll be at 34.5. And everyone else is too far back. So out of those guys. So half Thor and Tom will be tied going into the final event. I think Tom's going to come out on top of that one. And I can't see. Oh, man. Evan might jump up there and grab the podium, take it away from Half Thor. Half Thor cannot afford to come in last or next to last again, like he tied for last place in the first President event. He cannot afford another performance like that. He'll fall off the podium. But you're probably looking at Hooper first, Tom Stoltman second, and then third is going to either go to Half Thor or Evan Singleton, based entirely upon how Half Thor performs. Pedro, I believe that they are tied. I think they have the same number of points now. Tom just finished 2 places ahead of, or maybe he didn't. Okay, the last round was, oh no. Stoltman did not do as well. For whatever reason, I was claiming in my brain as I was calculating it up that Tom came in second. Second was Evan. I take all of that back. So yeah, the points I just went through are totally wrong. It would be nice if they would update the results. I don't know why they don't have those up there. I guess I could check the other Strongman site. That's so weird. Every time I move my OBS, it totally changes the position of my docks, and I have to reorganize my screen. I complain about OBS a lot. I might start using another solution for streaming. I don't know. I think most of us use it because it's free and popular. I use it a lot because it's open source and I'm an open source advocate, but predominantly people use what the end thing is. If you can get away with something being free, and that's enough to get some popularity, and then if it is the popular thing, people use it without trying other stuff, but I complain about it a lot. So I think I might start trying some other tools. The Chinese took the OBS tool and they rewrote their own application called Prism Live, and it's not extensible or as extendable, I guess you could say, but I don't think it's really extendable. But sure, you can, but it's definitely not as extensible as OBS because of the lack of open source nature, and you can't use the OBS plugins with it. But essentially, it's OBS with a couple nifty homemade proprietary features that they have baked in, and in my opinion, a much cleaner UI and just looks nice and performs well. I might use it. I don't know. I'm gonna shop around, and by and large, I'd say that nobody cares about anything I'm saying right now because it has nothing to do with Strongman. But it's 34.5 points now. I think you're right. I had Tom's points screwed up because I was giving him second place when I was adding the points there for some reason. But yeah, Evan would get 9 points added to what he has. He has 25.5, so boom, would be 34.5. Throw some questions at me, folks. Give me questions. I give you answers. Give me questions. I give you answers. You know, I don't think I've ever sent an emote in this before. How does that work? I'm not really the emoji type. I haven't even seen where Rogue is putting the things because I've stayed parked on the schedule. It's the only Rogue page I've been on. Duplicate this real quick. Leaderboard, maybe. Okay, that is there. Switch divisions, Strongman. There we go. Nope, they're not even updating it there either. They have no results for the Yoke Escalator on Rogue's own site. I guess that's kind of inexcusable in my opinion. Whoa. Okay, we got the Rainbow Brigade going on in Rogue there. Uh, how did I experience this political season? I guess the same way everyone else experienced it, really. Well, I guess that's not true. There were a lot of people who voted early and stuff, mailed in ballots and stuff. I didn't do that. I went to my polling place, and I casted my ballot. And that was how I experienced it. I voted. So, as a non American, um, we Americans don't pay a whole lot of attention, and I would dare say nowhere near as much as we should, to the political landscape in a lot of other countries and their elections and all of that. Um, with you asking that question, there's part of the reason is obvious. It's not just America, that's part of the thing, right? But then there's also um, Donald Trump is his own story, right? And so I am curious what makes you curious about our election system because we affect and impact so much of the global economy and policies just because you can't stop hearing about our stuff, or I'm just kind of curious what makes you curious about our elections. No right answers, no wrong answers, just curious. Being from Portugal, Pedro can't make any sense out of our election process. Well, I think I can make plenty of sense out of the election process because I don't think it's that difficult to understand the process. Now, obviously, it would make sense that I would say that because I'm from here, right? Why is the chat not showing? However, the process and the way we do things are a little bit different. So I would say I don't have a problem understanding our political process. I do oftentimes have a lot of trouble understanding um, why we act the way that we act. What you can't really figure out like why people think the way they think because people's thoughts are that. But I believe we're 100% in control of our actions, not our thoughts, maybe. And I can't really figure out why we do some of the things that we do. Now, the chat is not showing up. And I just checked. Pop out URL is correct. I didn't bring it back. Weird. Let's try this. Did I fix it? Yeah, I fixed it. More OBS stuff to aggravate me with. Okay. You found it incredibly captivating, all right? Because you're not really voting for the president, you're voting for the way you want your state to vote in the voting committee. Am I right? No. No and yes. Yeah, I'll say the answer to your question is no. But there are elements of your question that could be yes too. It sounds like you understand what a republic is and the way that that's supposed to work with governance. But we do vote on our presidents. So there's a lot to go into this, okay? So, first of all, the way we vote for president is different than the way we vote for all other elected officials and representatives. President is unique in of itself. So, since we have a Senate and a House of Representatives, Senate and a Congress, we elect those people supposedly to represent our interest in local matters and in federal matters. They're supposed to represent the will of their local people. With how well that translates and works is entirely debatable. But that's what's supposed to happen. Yes, we elect a committee who is then supposed to represent us. Now, for president, we actually, just like we do with those officials, just like we're electing those officials, we say, yes, we want Donald Trump to win, or yes, we want Kamala Harris to win. We do that. Now, it's not just decided at the federal level. We have something called an electoral college. And this goes way back. It's like all the people sitting here for Strongman sitting into a social studies lesson. This goes way back to the founding fathers. And so the thinking was this, and it makes a lot of sense. Now we can, again, debate how effective the Electoral College is and all of this different stuff here. But since you asked, Pedro, the thinking went like this. Well, who cares if Virginia has the largest population? Surely the stuff that Virginians care about is not the same stuff that people would care about in Alabama. Surely they would have different interests, and you shouldn't let people who aren't in your community or part of your group, who don't have the same vested interests and the same things on the line that you do, speak on your behalf. And you probably shouldn't let 2 million people who have this highest population decide how things work for all the other people everywhere else. So we came up with the Electoral College, which was basically a way to say, okay, well, the big states that have the most population, like Virginia, and again, I'm talking like 200 years ago. Obviously, the population density and layout has changed tremendously since then. But it would have been a way to say, okay, they should have a greater say, but they shouldn't have the ability to monopolize all of the say and speak on behalf of everyone else. So the Electoral College was formed to say that, okay, based upon how much of the population that you have, a percentage of the total population that you have, we will award you a specific number of electoral votes that counts towards that. So, like, let's say that we have 540 electoral votes available. If you are California, you get the most electoral votes today, 54 of them. You get 10% of them, and essentially because you have basically 10% of the U.S. population right there. And then it goes on, so on and so forth, so down there. Okay, so what happens is we put our ballots in there, and then that's going to determine who wins the state. And then, based upon how many electoral votes your state gets, those votes go towards that candidate. And so it's a way to not just look at the total populace vote of the nation, but it's a way to have states have a bigger impact, so that you have local representation, if that makes any sense. And in the last several elections, it's been kind of interesting because the up until the time that Donald Trump won his first term and lost the popular vote, that hadn't happened in maybe ever, but I think it had happened one other time. It was like 150 plus years ago. It may never have happened, but I know it was not a normal thing. Usually, whoever won the popular vote also won the electoral vote. When Donald Trump won his first election, he won the electoral vote and lost the popular vote. And that was like, whoa, this is crazy. This is weird. And then you had a lot of people saying, maybe we should do away with the electoral college. Maybe this isn't showing the will of the people. Blah, 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 blah. There's all kinds of debate and arguments there. And so in this election, Donald Trump won both the electoral vote, and this time he did win the popular vote as well. So whether people are happy about it or miserable about it, it doesn't matter. Now there can be no argument about whether or not the will of the people was realized because he won both. And I sure hope Pedro sat through that entire thing, since all of that was just for him. And that was 20 minutes of nothingness to do with strength sports. You see what you started, Banana Hammock? He always comes in here and throws in these weird questions to either cause controversy or to see if he can get me to take sides on some sort of thing, politics and religion. And I usually just try to dismiss them quickly because I don't want to go down those roads. But then you had someone who was interested, and so then I had to go on about it. So good stuff. I am kind of watching the ladies do their CrossFit here in my other monitor while I'm talking to you guys. MSM, Main Street. Main Street. Can't believe I just said that. Mainstream media. Well, in general, I would say that the way the mainstream media portrays the Republican Party and or conservatives in our country is vastly unfair anyway. The progressives definitely control the media. And so they don't ever get, they being conservatives, of which I am one. Never really been a big fan of Donald Trump. Personally, I don't like the guy, to be honest. Now, I voted for that guy that I don't like. I did vote for him this time. I didn't vote for him in 2020. I didn't vote for him in 2016. I also did not vote for the Democratic candidate that ran opposed to him in 2016 and 2020. I voted both times for a third-party candidate. This year, I did vote for Donald Trump. And there were several reasons I did that, which we won't get into here, but I will say that one of those is the mainstream media's portrayal and a lot of the name calling and stuff that you're referencing now. I felt like I needed to take a stand, so not so much for Donald Trump as I needed to take a stand for the process and for what I believe were fair elections and fair coverage. And so, yeah. Now time for a riddle. I'm curious what he's going to come up with next. He never fails to keep me entertained. So after I move to Scotland, are we going to go out and get a cup of hot cocoa together? I'd buy you an ale, some sort of beer, but you know that I'm not going to drink it with you. So you can you can have an ale, but I'm going to drink some hot cocoa. What do Donald Trump and Matt Ragg have in common? I'm a little bit scared to answer that. You tell me, Banana Hammock. I'm wondering if this is going where I'm thinking it's going to go. Oh, definitely not where I thought you were going to go. I thought I was going to be shaking my head and being like, I can't believe it. Well, I mean, if they've both worked at McDonald's, I guess now that's true, right? Donald Trump did for probably an hour. Uh, but that makes me have something in common with both of them as too. So I have something in common with Donald Trump and Matt Ragg. So there you go. You can change your riddle now. What does the Jace man, Donald Trump, and Matthew Ragg have in common? And you could really say, what does Donald Trump, Matthew Ragg, and 1 out of 5 Americans have in common? Man, everybody's freaking worked at McDonald's. McDonald's was my second job, and the second job I was fired from for fighting and beating up fellow employees. True story, not bragging, quite ashamed, but I did lose both of my first 2 jobs for getting in fights and beating up my coworkers. Now, I'm ashamed of my conduct. I'm ashamed if I did those things. However, I will also say that in both cases, the people had some punishment coming to them. I was being bullied and picked on quite severely, and eventually I just got tired of taking it. The problem was, A, the workplace is not the place to take care of that, and B, um, in both cases, I went way beyond just defending myself. I lost total control, and it wasn't good. And that was, you guys know a lot about my faith, and that that was really the start of what I believe was God changing who I am as a man a lot. And there's no more violence in me, and now I'm the kind of guy that's very much a pacifist. Like, you can come hit me in the face 9 or 10 times, I'm probably not going to swing back or do anything about it. The only thing that I think would make me engage someone in a violent manner or get physical with anyone these days would not be in defense of self, but might be in defense of someone else that I know can't defend themselves. I'd probably still come to the aid of someone that I think is defenseless, but aside from that, I'm not going to do anything to anyone. Why did most? Oh, that's how you get rid of that. All right. Do we have any strongman related questions or things that we want to cover? Or do we want to keep talking about everything but strongman? I wonder if there's enough people here to handle a poll. Let's do a poll. Let's do this. Um, this is a good one. All right. If you haven't left yet, vote on the poll before you take off. We have 4 votes in so far. Considering we don't have anybody here, that's pretty good. uh, I'm going to try to let it get to 6 votes before I close it. That might be ambitious again, since we don't have anybody here today. This is a lot different than when we do the World's Strongest Man and Smo shows because I guess people don't care as much about Rogue. And in addition to that, Rogue still has a huge following in Strongman, but not like the other sports do, because a lot of people in the Strongman community sort of boycott Rogue. They're the CrossFit company. They're the cardio freaks. They're not strong, but they have helped the sport of Strongman grow a lot. I'm grateful for them. Anyway, the big thing is that Rogue has their stream live and free on YouTube, like the others probably should. And then they have the chat right there. So you guys hang out there and not with me for the Rogue events. So yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll, even though we did not get our 6 votes. We're gonna end it with 5 votes. And like usual, I'm not voting. If I did vote, it would be interesting. Because if I voted, I would have said yes, which would have made it a 3-3, an even 50-50 split. So I do think that he will match his 2024 performance, and even better, depending upon how you look at it. It's debatable, really, as to whether you guys would agree that it's a better or a match. But the reason I'm saying better is I do expect Mitchell Hooper to run the gauntlet next year, winning the Grand Slam. Now, whether he wins a bunch of other contests throughout the year, and I think he's probably going to do pretty well too. I want to be wrong. What I'm getting ready to say, I don't want to be right about this. I want challengers to rise up and take him down. Not because I don't like him, but because, again, I want to see contests that are close and competitive and nail-biting and full of drama. It's not exactly a thrill to wake up and feel like you know what's going to happen before you watch. But anyway, the big reason I say that his 2025 will be as successful is I think next year he wins the Arnold Classic. He wins the World's Strongest Man. He wins the Strongest Man on Earth. And he three-peats in the Rogue Invitational. So, while the only thing that he lost this year was World's Strongest Man, it is one of the 4 big ones, and it is, for most people, the big one. Now, I think a lot of us here in the chat in our community, we have now decided that WSM has fallen back. And we now look at, like, Strongest Man on Earth and Arnold Classic as the premier things. But nothing is ever going to carry, maybe I shouldn't say ever, but nothing for quite some time still is going to carry the panache of the World's Strongest Man title. It's been around the longest. It's the most renowned. It's got the longest history. It's called the World's Strongest Man. And since we are such a niche sport, if anyone has heard of anything about our sport, probably the one thing they've heard of is World's Strongest Man. So the fact that he didn't win that is a big deal. It's not only one of the 4, it is the preeminent show still. In spite of how we feel about it, in spite of the lack of live streaming, in spite of all of these things, it's still the title. And so I think he wins it next year. And I think he wins it with the other 3. So I think he's going to complete the Grand Slam next year, winning all 4 in the same year. As of right now, because Brian Shaw has said the Shaw Classic doesn't count, and for winning like the Strongest Man on Earth, you don't have that title. So because of that, technically, Mitchell Hooper right now is the only man to have won the Grand Slam and won all 4 events anyway. But it's still never been completed in the same calendar year. I think he does that next year, and he probably does really well at other competitions too. If you're in shape for all 4 of those, and in shape enough to win all 4 of those, then you probably come in pretty good shape to do well at the others too. The only caveat that would be there would be if there are some guys who are not invited to those big competitions, so they don't have to peak for those, and they can actually be peaking for and getting ready specifically for some of those in-between events. Maybe they could push Mitchell and cost him a win or two, which I would be more than fine with. But yeah, I think this has probably been the most dominant year in Strongman. You could make an argument that it's the second most dominant year in Strongman because maybe Thor has it, but he's either 1 or 2. And next year, I actually think he bests it. Mateusz. The big issue with Mateusz is that he does have weaknesses. And now Thor does too, pressing. Now I'm hoping Thor continues to get stronger and improve, and by April or May of next year, we don't see Thor with some big glaring holes, and his pressing power gets back. But regardless of what is, what may be, or anything in the middle, the truth of the matter is that Mateusz, Thor, most of these guys, they do have events where they're really, really darn good at, amazing, even the best at. And then they also have events where they're not that good at. And Mitchell Hooper doesn't have those. He's your Martins Licis type, who's well-rounded and good at everything. And that used to win the Dragon a lot of titles. The big difference between Mitchell Hooper and Martins Licis is he's even better at it than Martins was. Martins was really good at it, and being consistent and well-rounded helped him a lot. But Hooper is even better at that than Martins. So the bottom line is he's just going to be hard to beat. I agree with guys when they say he's not unbeatable. He is not. He can be beaten, and I believe that he can be beaten even if he doesn't get injured. Let's be honest. Most of us believe that the reason that he lost World's Strongest Man last year was due to the hands. And that allowed Tom Stoltman to win. Now, I don't think you should take anything away from Tom Stoltman for that. Tom Stoltman won your 2024 World's Strongest Man. That's all there is to it. You take your hat off to him. You congratulate him. He's the winner. He gets the gold trophy. But I think most people feel that he probably won it by proxy, because if Mitchell Hooper hadn't toasted his hands, he probably would have won the thing. Now, shoulda, coulda, woulda, all that. He didn't. Tom won. And so a lot of people now say that Hooper is unbeatable. I don't think so. And then a lot of people say, unless, barring injury, he's unbeatable. The only way to beat him is if he gets hurt. I don't think that's true either. But I think he's the closest to unbeatable our sport has ever seen. So I don't think he's unbeatable. But I think he's the closest thing to unbeatable that we have. The guys are going to have to work really, really hard to take him down. And he seems to be rooting for that. If you listen to his videos, a lot of the stuff that people say is cocky and arrogant and things like that, I don't view him the same way that a lot of people do. But I can see where some people might have that opinion. But if you listen to him, it sounds to me like the biggest cheerleader for the rest of the competition is Mitchell Hooper. He sounds pretty disappointed that he's been as dominant as he has. You could say that he's throwing down the gauntlet and being disrespectful. I see it completely opposite. I don't think he's being disrespectful. I think the most respectful thing that he can do is throw down the gauntlet and challenge the guys. He's saying, come get me. He's saying he wants to be pushed. He's saying he wants to be challenged. He's saying that they're not doing what they're capable of. They are capable of more. People might think that that is a diss. I think it's respectful. It's basically saying, you can do better than that, man. It's cheering them on. It's rallying. And so, yeah, I think that the guys are going to have to work super hard to push him. And I think he wants them to do that. And I want to see it too. Because A, I want to see tighter competitions, more drama. But also, if we're not seeing him the best, because there's an argument to be made in athletics a lot of times that you only give your best performance when you are being pushed. Since he's not being pushed, the thought that there might be still another level to his game beyond what we're seeing now is like, whoa. I'm not gonna disagree with you, Banana Hammock, but I wouldn't say that's what's crazy. What I would say is what's crazy about Hooper is that he's Mitchell Hooper. What's crazy about him is everything. He's just a different beast, a different breed, a different athlete. It's it's mind-boggling the things that he does. And I don't know if you guys watched his interview, the podcast that he had with Brian Shaw. And again, I've got several pieces of content that I'm going to be posting that are going to come out of that podcast. I'm going to leech their material and add my own pontification. But one of the most interesting things that he said in there was that he said he has a goal, something that he's going to do, is that he wants to compete in the World's Strongest Man in 1 year. He wants to compete in the World's Strongest Man. And then within that year, within 1 year's time, he wants to leave the sport of strongman for 1 year to go complete another marathon. And then in another year, he wants to come back and compete in the World's Strongest Man again. Now, he didn't say he wants to win the World's Strongest Man, go win a marathon, come back and win the World's Strongest Man. He didn't say that. That would be, even for a guy who I say you shouldn't count out of anything, I think that would be a pretty crazy claim. He didn't say that. He didn't say he plans to win the World's Strongest Man 1 year, come back in 2 years and win it again, with that 1 year in the middle being to finish the marathon and do well. He just said he wants to compete in them. And to even do that is incredible. And if he to win the first one, to win the World's Strongest Man before stepping away to do the marathon, you could make an argument that would be the easiest part of that if we're talking about doing well and being victorious, because he hasn't started. Although I think to actually complete a marathon, to go from World Strongest, he'd better start trying to cut weight and get in reasonably better shape before then, which could cost him a performance on the front side as well. But I'm rambling enough to say that when he made the claim that he was going to compete in World's Strongest Man, step away and complete a marathon, come back and compete in the World's Strongest Man again, I was like, what? If he does that, I'm going to let's say he finishes in the top 3 in World's Strongest Man in both of those two things. So he gets a podium, steps away, completes a marathon, comes back and finishes on the podium. If he does that, I'm going to be tempted to label Mitchell Hooper the greatest athlete of all time. I can't wrap my head around that. I recently started doing something that I've never done in my life. I started adding cardio at the gym, and I did 20 minutes nonstop on the rower for the first time a couple weeks ago. Never did that. And I felt like I was the studliest person on planet Earth. I was like, let's face it, I'm a demigod. There's no way that you can have a 400-pound bench press and a 600-pound squat and also go 20 minutes on a rower. I mean, what am I? I must be a freak of nature. So I felt incredible going 20 minutes on a rower. And, I'm 100 pounds lighter than Mitchell Hooper. I can't imagine doing the stuff that he does and also running 26.2 miles. Thor is capable of doing raw deadlift 475, 485. Thor do deadlift. I think next year's Thor will break deadlift world record and going retired. He might. He doesn't sound like he's ready to step away or retire next year. In a recent conversation that he had with Brian Shaw, it sounded like he didn't really know when to call it quits. He hadn't really made up his mind yet. But it sounded like his plans were to hang around for a few more years at least. We shall see. Guess you guys are going to get to hear a shower running in the background. It's the craziest house I've ever lived in. We have a shower in my office, and my brother is coming in to shower. So this loud, obnoxious sound in the background you're hearing, or probably hearing, that's the shower running. Because yes, I again repeat, I have a shower in my office, and my brother is taking a shower. So there you go. How loud is the shower? Like, how much can you guys hear it? Can't hear it at all. That's good. It's really loud and obnoxious in my side. But if you guys can't hear it, then I guess that's cool. Hopefully he manages to dry off and wrap a towel around himself over there and doesn't walk in front of the camera with any kind of nakedness going on. A, that would mean that channel probably gets shut down. B, it would mean that I'd be subjected to seeing it, and I don't want that either. How much time until the Yoke Escalator starts? About -1 hour. So that started about an hour ago. A little over an hour ago. The men's version started about 45 to 50 minutes ago. So, Hamza, you missed the Yoke Escalator. Shouldn't have been grappling. Should have been sitting on YouTube. The Yoke Escalator is over. It was won by Mitchell Hooper, as I predicted. Evan Singleton finished second, as I predicted. Thomas Evans came third, as I did not predict. Lane's going to ditch us and go work out. I won't be doing the working out until late this evening. I think I'm going to go to the gym about midnight or so tonight. So yes, we only have one event remaining. Cheers, Wayne. I sometimes go to the gym twice a day. Sometimes. I will not be doing that today. Hey, but when I'm done streaming, we're gonna go eat. Yep, that's all that remains. Circus medley is the only thing that's left. Can I bring up the point total? I don't know that I can because I don't know that they're sharing it on either of the main sites yet. Let me check. If I can, I will. It's not posted on Strongman Archives. They still don't have the Yoke Escalator results on Rogue's site either. Let me just do a refresh to see if I'm a liar. Switch divisions again, refresh the page. Nope, I'm not a liar. So I can't really bring it up because they don't have it anywhere for me to show it unless I build it here on the spot, which I don't want to do that, to be honest. If and when I see a table that has them, I would be glad to share the results. But it's not on Rogue's own site, and of course you know already that it's not on Strongman Archives because you've already mentioned that. So I can go to strengthresults.com, see if I see anything there. There. Let me check another site real quick. Yeah, I struck out there too. I do not have a table to show you or an overall points lead. My apologies. Can't share what I don't have. Unless again I made one, but I just don't want to do that. Now that you asked though, I'm gonna keep this over here. And I will refresh these result pages every so often just to see what happens. Kind of sad that Strongman Archives isn't updating it because yesterday they were on it. Like they posted the results pretty much immediately. Of course, Rogue's site was updating pretty much immediately too, so I guess that's the way they were doing it. But the fact that Strongman Archives isn't doing it, I guess they don't really have anyone watching the competition. They're just taking the results that Rogue supplies and adding it to their table, I'm assuming. Might even be doing it with an API so it's automated and don't have to have their involvement. I'm gonna go back and see if they have the women's results. If they do, it'll be even more. Yeah, that's okay. That's what I was expecting. That's weird. They have the women's results for the Yoke Escalator. But they don't have the men. That's kind of weird. All right, so we talked about Martins Lisi's earlier. We were talking about consistent performers and so on and so forth. Here's my new question for you guys. Is Martins done? Have the injuries taken their toll? Is his time as a competitive professional strongman, are they over? Or is it too early to say that? Now, let me define, too, what I mean by competitive professional. I'm not, to be competitive, that doesn't mean is Martin still going to go out there and win the major shows? Is he going to win another Arnold's? Is he going to win another World's Strongest Man? Is he going to win an Arnold Classic? Is he going to win a Strongest Man Earth? I'm not asking that. When I say competitive, I'm meaning are his days of being able to be on the podium or at least within the top 5 of the Grand Slam, is that still in his future, or has that ship sailed? His body seems to have broken down quite drastically. I I maybe I shouldn't admit this, but I got caught looking at some booties on my screen. Sorry. Yeah, I'm a good dude. Yeah, I try not to do the sexist things and all these, but at the end of the day, I'm still a guy. I still notice. I still look. I found myself being distracted for a moment, forgetting that I was streaming. I was like, "Oh, that looks good," and I was like, "Oh, Jace, focus." And then I'm like, I was focusing, and I'm like, on the right thing, dude. So, yeah. Anyway, there we go. My apologies. One banana hammock. Throw out another controversial topic or something. ASD. I probably should know this stupid thing. Why am I not able to put that acronym together? What are you trying to say? ASD. Sure, it's super obvious. Brother, why Thor not going to break Raw deadlift world records for it? Why is he not? Well, in this case, he didn't break it in this contest mainly because he didn't want to. He decided against doing it. He'll break it whenever he feels like doing it, I believe. So I'm not saying he won't do it. I'm saying that he won't retire. That's what you said earlier, that he would go ahead and break that and then retire. He's not gonna retire upon doing that. All that he has to do to break the record is decide that he wants to, decide that that's important to him. If he decides to do it, he'll do it. So the answer to why won't he do it, in my opinion, would be because he doesn't attempt to. Current point standings. Hooper 45, Thor 38, Tom 36, Singleton 34.5, 25 Rag 23. That looks right to me. Did you just do that manually, or did you actually get an updated chart somewhere? Well, they're actually loading some stuff into Strongman archives as we speak. We have 4 results from the Super Medley, aka the Yoke Escalator, in there. And I guess we have 5 technically, because Scott Pavlo did not finish. But we have some times. So we've got basically the first heat. They are way behind. Way behind. Oh, man. Okay. Anyone who is watching that is not a subscriber, subscribe now. Don't make me tell you again. If you're not a subscriber, press the button. Or don't. Whatever. Looks like Thor will fall off the podium and it will be Hooper, Tom, Evans. That would be my. No, I don't think it will be Evans. I think it will be Evan. Yeah. It won't be Evans. It will be Evan, and I think I agree with that and that exact placement. I do believe it's probably going to be Mitchell Hooper, Tom Stoltman, Evan Singleton. Thor might be able to do well enough to keep third. And for his sake, I hope he does. I don't want to see him do miserable in another pressing event. Like the first one, he didn't just do bad. He was in the bottom of the barrel. And so I want to see him improve upon that. And if he can hold on enough to save a podium spot, he won't be satisfied. He won't be happy at all. He's the kind of guy that's not going to be happy unless he wins. But I think if he can hold out and still manage to be on the podium, there'll be some saving grace there for him, encouraging, probably help with the whole comeback thing, because I think confidence is a big thing for him right now. I do believe he's struggling with trusting the pec and trusting his health, and I think the confidence is down. So I think if he can do that, it'll help him here more than anything else. But I think that it's an uphill battle at this point. I do believe that he's going to fall back and probably going to have the exact podium that you called for. Cooper, Stoltman, T-Rex. Yes, they do. And I was going to share it in just a moment. So I'm going to do that now. Let's see here. This means you guys have to see me cover up the screen and all that lovely stuff again. I wonder if I can blow this up a little bit. This is going to be screwed up anyway. That might work. I don't know. You guys are still going to have to watch me scroll around here, and I apologize. It is what it is. So go over here. We'll do a new window capture. Strongman archives. I thought I already had this up here. Oh well. SA. Boom. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. That should be good enough. It doesn't need to be perfect. I'm not going to be as particular as I usually am. He says as he continues messing with it, but that's as good as it's going to get. All right, so I'm going to go back up here. All right, and now I scroll around here a little bit. We can see that the last event was won by Hooper, Evan Singleton, Thomas Evans, Half Thor with a 4th place finish, Tom Stoltman a 5th place finish, Matthew Ragg 6th, Bobby Thompson 7th, Luke Stoltman 8th, Tristan Hoth 9th, Pavlo dead last. And I thought Pavlo would do well in that event. I was muy incorrect. When we look at the total point standings, Hooper is on top, where he usually is, and he has a 7-point lead going into the final event. Now, what this means that's different than the last one is he can't afford to skip the last event. He has to do it. Now, he doesn't have to do very well, but he has to do the event. Now, I mean, if he thinks, I guess, that Half Thor is going to do as bad as he could, and he doesn't think Tom Stoltman is going to win the event, then I guess he could skip it, but he'd be taking a big chance. So, say he's going to have to come out there and do it. Doesn't have to win it, doesn't have to do that well. He's got to stick a couple points on the board. Half Thor has a 2-point lead over Tom Stoltman. It's not a big cushion. It's really not a big cushion when we're getting ready to do some pressing. And then we have Tom Stoltman, who has 36 points over Evan Singleton, who's only a 1.5 back. So we could see Evan Singleton wind up as high as 2nd place. That could happen. We could see Hooper, Stoltman, and Evan Singleton on the podium, like we said, but in a different order. We could have Singleton finishing 2nd. That could happen. But I'm still thinking we're probably going to see Hooper, Tom, Singleton. And then you can see the rest of the points there. They're on the screen right there, right there, right there, right there. I guess I'll leave that up for just a moment. Actually, I'm going to take a short biology break, and I'm going to go pee, and then I'll come back. Oh, I don't say pee. I say tinkle on this show. I forgot. So I'm going to go tinkle, and then I'll come back. Now that I got rid of a bunch of water, figured I should get myself some more water. All right, let's see. What did I miss? Why the hell wasn't Lucas Hatton invited instead of Tristan? I don't know. The person that I'm most upset isn't there is the big thicket. And Mateusz is a big omission too. Trey Mitchell is the guy that I'm most missing. I'd like to see a little bit deeper field than 10 competitors. I'd like to see a field of 12. All right, what else do you guys got for me? We'll bring that back up if anyone asks for it. Until then, we can let the CrossFitters get a little shine in the background. Excuse me. All right, let me check. Let's see, what time is it? It is 11 a.m. local. And let's see if my memory is correct. Yeah, we still got some time to go, guys. More than I thought, actually. Um, Matter of fact, based on what I just saw, I need to go talk to my brother and ask him something real quick. Brother Y Rogue not invited Thor break deadlift world record. Well, I can see that this is very important to you. Um, but so he couldn't break just the deadlift world records. We're calling it like the way that we would typically speak about it, because you didn't mention Raw this time because they weren't allowing suits and all that other stuff. And I suspect he could not pull that stuff, pull the record breaking amount without the added equipment of some figure eights and some and a suit. But so that would be the first reason. Now, why didn't they invite him to break the Raw? He had an opportunity. He had the opportunity yesterday. He didn't need to lift that much to win the event, and he could have chosen to do more just for the sake of it to go for the record. He elected not to do that. That was Thor's decision. That wasn't Rogue's decision. Now, I think that Rogue missed out on a big marketing opportunity by having a Raw contest and not just having like an all-out max deadlift. Especially after Hooper had just called Thor out and said, "I'm coming for you, and I'm going to break the record too." Now, I don't really think that Mitchell Hooper bests Thor next year in a deadlift competition. But it wouldn't be crazy to say that it's possible. I mean, at this point, I almost think we're crazy when we say that Mitchell Hooper won't do something. But at the same time, I think the safe money is on Thor if they're heads up and competing in the same event. But it doesn't matter. Hooper's a big deal in the sport right now. He's the most dominant force in the sport right now. him calling Thor out, calling that shot like that, and Thor saying, I'm game, I'm down for this." Um, I think Rogue missed a big opportunity to not have that at this thing. I think they could have put a lot of eyeballs on their brand by having that go down. But Hooper assures us that at some point next year, the big showdown is going to happen. Somewhere, someplace, sometime, they're going to have a sponsor that's going to take it on and put the show on. Deadlift Hooper versus Thor, mano a mano, and Thor will win. But will I watch it? Yes, I will watch it. I will say I'm much more interested in a deadlift off. That's what I'm going to call it. I'm much more interested in a deadlift off between Thor and Mitchell Hooper than I am in an arm wrestling match between Brian Shaw and Eddie Hall. In Strongman, no drug test, but all Strongman and PDs. Why people like Thor and Mitch Hooper so strong than other strongmen? I think what you're asking, I could be wrong. I think what you're asking is, hey, if they're all on a level playing field, meaning that they're all on gear, why are Hooper and Thor stronger than the others if everyone's taking it? And the answer to that would be the same as if they weren't taking it. There are levels to this game, just like there are levels to any athletic game. You're always going to have the best. You're always going to have close to the best. You're always going to have all stars and contributing players, bench warmers, and so on and so forth. So the answer is they're just better than other people. And Eddie Hall will find a way to discredit him. Probably correct. Probably not far off. Yeah, one of the most famous quotes in the history of mankind is a good old American quote, and that is that all men are created equal. And let me tell you, that is a very false quote. All men are most assuredly not created equal. Now, I understand the purpose of the quote and what it was for, and I rally behind the mission and the mission statement of what's supposed to be said there. But if we just look at the quote on a surface level, it is hogwash. It is preposterous to say that all men are created equal. They are not. Some of them are blessed with being 6'5", 245 to 260 pounds without trying, and relatively chiseled and have this great peak. Others are like 5 feet 4 inches tall, born with physical deformities, and had to fight and claw just to be able to stand and take a step. Some of us have really high IQs. Some of us have average IQs. Some of us have decidedly less than average IQs. Now, I don't know anything about the sport of CrossFit, but I know when I was watching it before, they kept talking about this athlete, Thor's daughter, and as a big strongman fan waiting for Thor to return, I couldn't help but enjoy that and just be like, oh, Thor's daughter, sweet. I'm getting pretty hungry. Oh, that reminds me. I need to step away and have that conversation with my brother real quick. So, um, I'll be right back. You guys talk amongst yourselves or do what you haven't done and fight in the chat. I always tell you, I like to see you guys, tussling. Banana hammock, insult someone, or someone say something. All right, you get some protein snacks. You buy type sponsorship money. Now, this Robert Irvine guy obviously does not sponsor my channel because no one does. But I will tell you this right here. If you guys have never had these Fit Crunch things, I'm going to tell you go out and buy them. Not only are they really healthy and packed full of protein and stuff, but they're delicious. Every one of these flavors that I've tried, I like. They're really good. It's it's crazy how good they are. Um, they're as delicious as any candy bar you're gonna find or anything out there like that. A little thing to kill your sweet tooth if you have one, but you don't have to feel guilty eating it either. So if you have not tried any of the Fit Crunch stuff, I'd say do yourself a favor and do it. Doesn't look like you guys did any fighting in my absence. I tell you, do try them. They are great. They really are. Yeah. I take it back when I said I love them all. They did have one flavor that I was kind of disappointed by. Um, these same types of crunch bars. Now he makes some other products besides these crunch bars now, but these are the things that I think are the best tasting. Um, so these Fit Crunch bars here, he has a peanut butter and jelly flavor. I could do without it. It wasn't nasty or bad by any stretch, but I was after trying them all out. I also thought, well, when this with this many flavors, this much variety that I like, I don't have to settle for that over there. So that guy's physique looks just like mine, doesn't it? I think I'm inclined to agree with you. I like a good peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I do. It's one of life's simple joys. They're really good. But substitutes that carry that PB and J flavoring are supposed to. I usually find them to be a letdown. Mm-hmm. I was saying to hold on a minute, not that he'll complete one, but then I thought maybe maybe that's the number anyway. Um, I don't know how many he's going to do. I know how many I want him to do. I want to do all of them, but I don't know. And before I answer that, I want to see if I can go back to the schedule and the events here and see if I can get more details as to what the weights are and stuff. SA doesn't have it. Rogue, Circus Medley. Um, Nothing about it there. Yeah, before I say how many he's going to do, I want to know what we're talking about, really. So if you know the information for total number and their weights, I'll feel more comfortable giving you an answer rather than just saying some kind of arbitrary number. Cheers, Jace. Cheers to you. And since the outlaw is here, it gives me my chance to tell my favorite joke. I love it. I've told it here before. But anyway, so what is the difference between in-laws and outlaws? Outlaws are wanted. My favorite joke. Oh, oh. I hate not being flexible. I don't know if that's a dad joke or not. It's definitely not a dad joke. You better tell her around mom. May not be a living dad after that. Dad tells that joke around mom. Dad's sleeping alone that night on the couch. And the in laws are probably being invited over that weekend. Per-kilogram kettlebell. I don't think it's quite that heavy. Yeah, I don't think it's quite that heavy. You could be right. I The only weight that I remember hearing, I thought was the kettlebell, and I thought I heard something like 80, but I don't know either. Your numbers could be exactly right, or they could be entirely off. I have no idea. Um, but if we're saying that, 1, 2, 3. So if you're saying there's 4 implements. You got a kettlebell, a dumbbell, and then 2 different axles, or you're debating whether it's a 170 axle or a 182 axle. Yeah, I guess based on your previous response, that makes sense. Since you said I think he'll get 3, he'll struggle with the last axle. The last axle implies more than 1, and then 3 would mean there had to have been 3 before that for him to get it. So that would check out. So now my question to you just a minute ago was a pretty stupid question. Yeah, I'm capable of asking stupid questions and saying stupid things from time to time. True story. Um, so if those are the weights, I don't think those are the weights. But maybe. Man, I don't know. That's really hard to answer. Uh, that's really tough to answer. And the one answer may be correct. I would say it's between 1 and 3 because I don't think he's going to complete it, but I want him to. I want him to complete it. I do. But the reason I say it's 1 or 3 is I think with those weights, he should be able to complete the lower weight for the single hand and the lower weight for the double hand. The question is, can he get the second implement before going on to the axles? And I think it will depend a lot on how heavy that item is. So if he gets 2, here's basically what I'm saying. If he gets 2, he'll get 3. but I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that he will get to. Does that make sense? Honestly, I was pretty shocked by how poorly he did yesterday in the pressing. We knew that he's behind. We knew it was going to be a weakness. We knew he would lose points there. We knew all of those things. But I didn't think that he would do as badly as he did. And I think he's plenty strong enough to do that stuff. I think it was mainly here. And that's something that he could shake off and not be bothered by today. Or it's something that could be in the back of his mind lingering from how he did yesterday, which could totally impact today's performance as well. I guess the answer is we shall see. Good stuff. I have a little weird thing about me. Probably the only person out there that does this, but I hope not. I like to take these flaps on these things, fold them in afterwards so I can collapse this down really small size. Does anyone else out there do that, or am I just a moron? I have a nice little thing to put in the trash like that. It could definitely impact your pressing if you have foot issues, but less so with Thor than I would think someone like Hooper would ever, because let's be honest, Thor doesn't do a whole lot of leg drive. He's really very, very, very much of a strict presser in those. Um, Now you need to have a good base no matter what you're doing, right? But but I feel like it would be a much bigger thing to impact someone that uses a lot of leg drive, a lot of explosive movements. Excuse me. I'm being beckoned by my brother. I'll be right back in a minute. What's the difference between snowmen and snow women? Um, I don't know. Tell me before I go check on what my brother wants. I feel like I should know the answer to this one. The size of their carrot. Well, before I leave, let me just say this. This is 2024. I don't think you can bank on that statement anymore. I mean, Charlemagne's answer there. Now, Dave didn't say that was the answer, but I'm just letting Charlemagne know that, again, this is 2024. I don't think that you can really safely bet that the carrot has anything to do with it. We very, very, very well might see snow women with much bigger carrots. I don't necessarily know that that's political correctness as much as it is that I personally believe that our society has lost its freaking mind and gone nuts. But I'm not going to get started on that. Believe I have lost my wallet. Believe I've lost my wallet. The difference is that snowmen have snowballs. And again, to which I would tell Dave that I'm not so sure that in 2024 that answer is still valid. You think the events are more speed based and too light compared to old strongman area. So this was something that we talked about yesterday. Tucker, stop. Something we talked about yesterday. So this is where I have to remove myself from my personal bias and what I enjoy and what the purpose of the contests are, and logically look at things. And so again, this was something, and there will be a video coming out about your very question about whether or not I think the contests are too light or not, and speed-based, endurance, fitness-oriented, all of these things other than strength. There's going to be a video I'm going to be putting out very, very soon about that, because that's something that Mitchell Hooper and Brian Shaw talked about on the podcast. And I was glad to see Mitchell Hooper bring it up and the way it was phrased, because he said something out of his own mouth that I have talked about before as well. And that is this. Okay, so I have competed in small little shows that no one knows or cares about. And I'm a pretty strong guy, and I've been a fan of strength before I could walk, because I didn't start walking until pretty late because of wheelchairs and leg braces and all this other stuff. But this is something that's strength as something that's fascinated me my entire life. And once I realized that I had a talent for it and got pretty good at it and could lift up heavier things than anyone around me, was something to stick my chest out about and feel good about. And that's how I would show my alpha or prove that my dominance over others is by, hey, let's see if we can pick up the biggest thing. I certainly wasn't going to do it by towering above people. And so my natural inclination and my natural bias is to want the events as heavy as humanly possible. Every show to basically be like Brian Shaw's show, Strongest Man on Earth, Arnold Classic, those heavy shows. Load that sucker up and let's just do it. That's what appeals to me, and I think it's what appeals to most of the die-hard fans of our sport. The hardcore fans of our sport. I think we like that. So that's my natural bias. That's my natural inclination. Now, I believe that we should divorce ourselves from our biases and try to look at things objectively, not subjectively, not the things that we agree with and we set, but we should just look at things and say, is this so? And in doing so, one of the things I've always wondered is, in a lot of these competitions, these newer competitions, we do hear from a lot of people criticizing that the events are too light and they're too focused on speed or endurance or pain or various other ways to test an athlete besides just who is showing up to be the strongest. And I hear the complaints, and I've probably made the same complaints myself. I've probably had them come out of my mouth. But an interesting thing happens. when you actually look at the results, and that's what the fans claim to be doing. They're like, well, yeah, okay, sure, he won that event, but it's not even heavy. If they would have been heavier, you'd have seen a totally different leaderboard. But while we say that, when you actually look at the results, they don't seem to shake up that way. What you'll notice is the men who win the heavier events and the more statically strong events also seem to be the same guys who are standing on the podium in the events that have a lot more speed based events or slightly lighter implementations and so on and so forth. And so Mitchell Hooper said, well, we say that we want that. If that's true, and the speedier movement type based events and the slightly lighter apparatuses, if they don't show who's the strongest, how can you explain that the guys who win those also seem to win the other events as well? I don't think Brian really had an answer for it. He just said, well, that's a good question. And then they started talking about it, but they never really addressed it or answered it. And that's something that I'm going to address in that video. But based on that, I'm led to believe that it largely is a case of what do you personally prefer as a fan, but it has minimal impact on the actual events and the results themselves. Now, obviously, we're still talking about heavy weights. It's completely different. We're not talking apples and apples. We're talking apples and oranges if we say, okay, you got 1,000-pound yoke versus a 400-pound yoke. Okay, now we're not talking strongman. We're not talking about a strength event and all. That's completely different. But if we're talking about 1,000-pound yoke and an 800-pound yoke, it still takes a beast to carry that 800-pound yoke. You'll be able to, and if you can do the 1,000-pound yoke, you can certainly do the 800-pound yoke. And it makes sense that if you can do the 1,000-pound yoke, you could probably move faster with the 800-pound yoke. So in some ways, once you reach a certain threshold where it becomes too heavy for 90 plus 95% plus of people to do it, it's probably okay. And at that point, it's like I think the weights themselves have already separated the question of who's strong and who's not, and the leaderboard's going to take out the way that it shakes out. That's how I personally see it, and that's how I would answer your question, Wayne. I wonder which message he retracted. The circus medley. So we have a pressing event, and that will finish the show. Or do you mean what's the next strongman competition? I'm assuming that you were asking about the next event going down and not the next strongman event, aka contest. Do I think that organizers will change rules and weights, lighter weight to balance the playing field? I don't know how to answer that. I don't think you can say yes or no because there is no standards. There is no, this is what you've been using, so now we have to lower the weight. That doesn't really happen. We very, very, very rarely see the weights of an event go down from, I guess, from organizer or promoter within their own brand, I guess you would say. So, like, it's not often that you're going to see WSM decrease the weights. Now, not often doesn't mean it doesn't ever happen. It has, but it's pretty rare. Same kind of thing with the other shows, Arnold, Schmo. You typically see them stay the same or increase a little bit. It's just a matter of how much. And that kind of goes with the evolution of the sport. How much are guys progressing? How much do we need to move it to show that these are the strongest? Because the fact of the matter is, if we look back at the early days of the 80 Strongman, you had Bill Kazmaier, who is still my favorite strongman of all time, and obviously a beast and unlike others. But if you look at like a lot of those guys, you can find a whole lot more people walking around planet Earth today that can do those things who aren't famous and who aren't professionals, could still move some of those things. Um, and at that time, you had to be one of the biggest and strongest and best on the planet. Now you can just be in the top 0.5%, which means you're one in, you know, a couple hundred, one in 1,000, wasn't like one in a million, and so I think you have to watch the sport evolve. I don't think we'll see them cutting back weights, and certainly not to make things more level or balanced or anything like that. I don't think that will factor into it at all. What I think you might see is them paying more attention to statistics and science and potentially looking at injury numbers. And if we see a correlation between weights in certain events going above a certain capacity, if that shows a drastic climb in athlete injury, I think we might start seeing that. And to be honest, even though I like it heavy, 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 I want these guys to be safe too. So I think that would probably be good for the sport. And I think we might see that. But outside of looking at it from a science and medical based perspective, I don't really look for them to make weights and competitions lighter so that things are more balanced or fair for the field. I don't think we'll see that. This is the last day. What do I make of the argument that if you make the weights too heavy, you increase injury? A big deal. Strongman example of 50. I think I just answered that, Kenneth. Now, what do I make of the argument in terms of I just talked about it, right? But what do I think of the argument? Well, I think it's just a fact. If that's not really a debate, it's not really a controversy. If it's heavier, you are increasing injury risk and potential. That's not a debate, and that's not an opinion. That is scientific biological fact. The heavier it gets, the greater the risk for injury. Now the question is, at what point does that happen? And at what point do we see a statistical increase in the percentage of injury? That's what we need to focus on. Let's see here. Today, Strongman, do not touch 1,000-pound deadlifts and past Eddie Hall. Thor Bryant make Strongman pull 1,000-pound deadlifts, but currently time Thor only. Yeah, I don't really think that's correct either. Yeah, that's not correct at all. You have way more guys deadlifting above that capacity than you used to. That's just not true. There was a time not that long ago at all in Strongman where if you had a 400 kilogram deadlift, you were a stud. And you pull 400 kilograms in a competition, may not win you the competition, but you knew you were walking away with good points and you were in the top half of the pack. Nowadays, everyone does it. So it's like, you could make the argument maybe like, okay, we look back in the clock and we say, okay, in a time when Brian Shaw, Eddie Hall, and Thor were all going heads up, maybe the upper echelon of the sport was stronger than the upper echelon today. I'm not saying I would agree with that. I'm also not saying I would disagree with that. But I'm saying you could make a much better and compelling argument that the cream of the crop at deadlift might have been stronger 10, 12 years ago than it is today. But I don't think you can say that overall deadlifting was better years ago than it is today. Statistically speaking, that's just not so. Everyone in the field is doing better than they used to do. It's way more competitive these days, top to bottom. If it's too light, people can also get hurt because they don't use proper technique and just grip and rip. I suppose that's not really the fault of the weights. That would be a fault of the athlete just being unintelligent. there's no way to necessarily make something injury proof, but you can reduce the risk of injury, and you would definitely do that by reducing the weight. If you reduce the weight and they make that as an excuse to act stupid, you can't blame the weight for that. That's on them. Kenneth said, I wrote it before he said, potentially so, but I'm answering and then I'm going back and reading the questions to catch up. So there you go. And Charlemagne makes a good point there too. Now we still have a lot of competitions today where you can still use figure eights, and figure eights are actually kind of new. We've had straps for a long time, but the figure eight development is relatively new. But anyway, we still have plenty of deadlift competitions today that do allow you to put on a suit and put your straps on. But we also have a lot more variety in deadlift too. And I think we have the variety for several reasons. One, let's be honest and say that the sport of strongman, it gets its inspiration and motivation from the circus days and the strongman traveling freak shows and shows of strength and the entertainment aspect. We get our strength. We take our motivation from that. We take our inspiration from that. And it isn't just about, it's not a powerlifting competition. It isn't just go to the gym, put the weight on a standard bar and see who can move it. I like that stuff too. I do that stuff every single day of my life. But that's not strongman. And so it's about making a spectacle, visual appealing. You need implements that the fans are interested in and want to see, stuff that is awkward and hard to deal with for the athletes. And so that does mean that we have a much larger variety of deadlifts than we used to. And I suspect we will continue to see greater variety because we're always looking for a way to change it just a little bit, change it just a little bit. And so Charlemagne makes an excellent point, and that will probably continue to be the same. If we want to look at those, we can look at it not here apparently because I changed my tab. But we can also look at the standings right there if we wanted to. We've got a little less than an hour to go, I believe. Yeah, I think we've got just a little less than an hour to go before we get to the last event. You know what I think I should do, guys? I think I should go see if I left my wallet in my car. It's really bothering me that I don't know where my wallet is. Excuse me, I'm going to go check the car for my wallet. Always good to find your wallet, right? Okay. The bus pool event, rarely at all athletes finish. Ouch. Gosh, the shoulder is killing me. You guys need to start donating. We need to set up like a GoFundMe or something so I can get this shoulder replaced. Been told I need it. Still see how I can afford it. My goodness, it's bad. Anyway, really 2 through 4 is going to be close. So much of this podium and stuff is really reliant on Half Thor's performance. Obviously, Half Thor's position and placement is dependent upon Half Thor's performance, right? But it isn't just Half Thor. I think a lot of the competition that's left the one event is dependent upon Half Thor's performance. It's going to determine Evan's placement, Tom's placement, and Thor's placement. How much space is lost and gained in there. Half Thor might fall off the podium. Evan could definitely do better than Tom in this present event. I'm not saying that he will, but he could. Evan can do better than Tom here. He's not that far behind Tom, so Evan could climb into the second place position. Tom could fall back to third. If Thor surprises us and does some really great pressing, one of those guys is falling off the podium. There's a lot of stuff that's dependent upon how well Thor does here. It's all eyes on Thor, really. Now, my prediction is still what it was earlier at this point. I think that Thor's going to lose enough positions that he's going to fall off the podium. And I do think we are going to see Hooper, Tom Stoltman, Evan Singleton. That's what I think happens. But one is pretty much assured. We have a defending champion, and he will be the new reigning champion. 2023, 2024 repeat. Mitchell Hooper wins it. That's pretty much assured it's going to happen unless he just starts the thing and tragic injury disaster strikes. Barring that, Hooper wins. It's after Hooper what's going to be interesting. 2, 3, 4. There's some drama. There's some debate to be had. You found the event 6 from Hooper. Do you mean you got the weights or my mez? Interesting, fun, personal fact. I'm not very good at swallowing pills, so I have to take them one at a time. And even then, sometimes apparently I fail. I don't know it either, but I'm going to guess it's 2 minutes or 2.5. Roga's pretty famous for having 2.5 minute time limits in these things. Could be shorter. I'd like it to be shorter, really. I'd like to see him pressed and pushed more. But on the other hand, I do think the fans don't like to see guys not finish, and I feel like that's plenty of time to say if you had the ability to finish it, you did finish it. If you couldn't finish it in that amount of time, the clock didn't beat you. You weren't capable of doing it. Either because the weights were too much, because you're too exhausted by this point in the competition, because of A, B, C, D, whatever, but you had ample time to get it done. And still, whoever does it the fastest wins. So, have I thought about starting a Discord server? Hmm. Banana Hammock is getting a bit ahead of himself. So yes and yes, although it may or may not be Discord. Probably was looking at Discord, but may not be. But when the channel changes and shifts, and I start producing more content, I have thought about going kind of the premium route, the Patreon route, if you will, the members route rather than just the subscriber, the join. I've thought about doing something like that because you guys know I would like to cover this more. It's tough to put the time into this when it means taking time out of other things that are financially good for me and my family. So I've thought about doing that, and I've thought very seriously about if and when that time comes, one of the premium goodies for my members or Patreons or whatever you want to call them would be a private server where we could hang out, and I would literally do something with them daily, or at least every other day. But in my mind, I like the idea of doing some kind of 30-minute chat with everybody on a day-to-day basis. But it is something I've thought about. It isn't something that I will probably entertain unless I go the premium route, because it's one more thing for me to commit to and then feel like I'm not following through on it because I can't find the time to do it because, again, there's no payoff for it. And then I still feel guilty when I tell you guys something's coming on Tuesday and it doesn't come for 2, 3 Tuesdays after that. I feel bad about it. You guys may hold it against me. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're lenient. Maybe you don't care. But I feel bad if I overpromise and underdeliver. And so if I go the route of having some sort of private communication channel for us, I'm only going to do that when I can put it in a package to where there's vested interest for me to deliver on what I say I'm going to deliver on. I'd better do this because people are relying on me and people have paid for this. So I agree, but every part of this is problematic in a sport this small. That in of itself is the crux of the situation that I'm in. How do you grow a channel to make this worthwhile when we don't have that much followers, and it not to feel like this is taking time and financial stability out of my life, because this does. This doesn't come at any kind of reward to me other than the fact that I enjoy it, right? And I love it. But I lose a lot of time that could be spent elsewhere, and because I have other irons in the fire that pay, I lose money doing this. And I won't say like how much my time is worth, but I am pretty well compensated. So I lose a lot of money covering this sport. And so at some point, I have to step back and realize what makes sense to do this and what doesn't make sense to do this. So right now, it's a hobby. But I know a lot of you guys want a lot more content, and I have kind of committed to giving it to you. In order to keep that commitment, I can't provide more content without something benefiting me because, again, I lose money doing this. So if a bigger time commitment means bigger losses. So anyway, the answer to your question is yes, I have considered it. And the honest answer is I don't know what I'm going to do yet. All of this is evolving. And 2025 will be different. but I don't know 100% of what different looks like yet. We might even split the channel up into 2 or 3 channels to cover various aspects like strongman, powerlifting, and then again gym humor and stuff going on like with my Gromlin Warmbrow idea. Um, I don't exactly know what we're going to do yet. I don't know. Gotta kind of play it by ear. We're going to see what happens. But in a perfect world, if a boy can have a dream and the dream can have true, I would love to be able to make covering the sport of strongman my full-time occupation. And yeah, and I don't expect that would pay me as much as I get in my daily life because again, I'm well compensated. It'd still be a loss. But if I could get to the point where I could have my necessities covered by that, then the extra joy in my heart would make it worthwhile. And I have some I have money that comes in even if I'm not putting the time in there. I have investments that give me residual income. So that would allow me to take a hit with my weekly or monthly payroll, my salary, as long as it's not too big of a hit. There are limits to how much I'm willing to sacrifice and lose. That's what I try to do now, Banana Hammock, is just give us a place to do that. I just don't do it all that often, and that's the part. People are like, more. And I want to give more. But to give more, I have to make it make sense. So I'm not trying to dodge your question. I just don't know what the answer is. We will see what 2025 yields. And I'm always open to suggestions like that. But yeah, Discord has crossed my mind. Just need to figure out a way to make it make sense. And in order for it to make sense, too, I have to feel like we're bringing something that we don't already bring. If it is this non-casual, non-committal thing, just to hang out and chat, well, we can do that right here on YouTube the way that we always have before. Now you guys can't speak or do the audio thing or whatever, but there's I don't know. We'll see. I need to tinkle again. That's the problem with drinking all this water. It doesn't stay in me very long. All right, someone make some kind of weird prediction for this last event. Make a prediction that seems controversial and gets you a little flack. Someone be brave and say something that they really don't believe, but stand by it like you do, and make it a hill that you're willing to die on. Like I'll put one in the chat. Boom. There we go. And I'll die on this hill. Kind of throws a wrench into my predictions I already made, though, doesn't it? I've already said what I think's going to happen. But there we go. That's the kind of stance that we need people to take. Because that's what causes the chat to move. He says as he notices that the chat isn't moving. Evan is going to win this one. He could. I don't know that that's that controversial. Probably not likely, right? Not the He's not the one that you're going to think will do it, but he could do it. How do I think Trey would have done here? Notice how I changed your of to have. Um, let's see here. How do I think that Trey would have done here? In this pressing event coming up, or in the Rogue Invitational period? I think I don't think he would have won. Still think that's Hooper's game. But you know how we've said 2 through 4 is pretty close, and it's dependent upon Half Thor here. They could fit the 2 through 4 could finish in any order. Half Thor, Tom, Evan. Well, with Trey there, then we could make 2 through 5 that same way. He'd be up there, and I'd probably say that I would expect Trey Mitchell. If you were asking me to bet, I'd bet for him to be on the podium. In the last 2 events that he's been on there with Hooper, we've seen Mitchell and Mitchell standing side by side in first and second place. This could have been another one where it was the 2 Mitchells standing atop the thing, but I don't think that I would have picked him outright to win this. A lot of speed and movement type events, but I think he would have done pretty darn well. Obviously, would have done well at the raw deadlift. We know that because we just saw proof of that very, very recently. So, yeah, I think he would have wound on the podium. I do think so, but he would have been in part of that pack that we're saying that's 2 through 4 now. It would have been 2 through 5 in any kind of order, kind of weird, could shape up. We don't really know how to predict it, but I'd say that he'd probably wind up in the top 3 positions, second or third, I think. These events are good for Mateish if you ignore the first event. Thomas Evans wins medley. Isn't he a strong presser? Okay, again, he's got the bicep injury going on, which did not seem to affect him in those stairs like I thought. It will 100% affect him in this next event. If it doesn't affect him in the next event, then he's not really injured. What he did yesterday, his reaction to it was kind of bizarre, and his inability to lift the Husafelt bag is bizarre and makes no sense. If this is truly hurt, if this is truly injured, he is not going to do well in this next event. It's just not going to happen. Now, even at his best, he's a wildly inconsistent performer when it comes to pressing events. He has done very, very, very well in some competitions, and he has been in the back of the pack in other competitions. He has not been consistent at all in pressing events. But with this going on, I suspect that this will be one of those where we see him back. Let's see here. But that man is a podium finisher in almost any competition he participates in, even with 8th place deadlift. I find it kind of weird that Mateish isn't a good deadlifter, considering, like we talked about earlier, pretty much the whole sport has gotten good at deadlifting now. And he's so good at other things. How about Matt Ragg? I almost want to say the same thing I said about Thomas Evans, because Matthew Ragg is a very interesting competitor right now. in almost every competition he shows up in, people talk about him among the favorites. Ever since he came out of nowhere and surprised us with a couple really, really amazing performances, people are like, oh, this guy is the new breed. He's the guy to watch. And so there was a bit of a hype train on him, which I was aboard, by the way. And he's had some very, very inconsistent performances himself. So much so that in recent times there have been enough of the negative performances that it makes you go, maybe it's not that a matter of inconsistency, and maybe we just had either too high of a ceiling on him or too high of expectations on him. I'm not writing him off. I'm not doing that. And I'm not saying that he won't be one of these guys that's a perennial contender or coming in the top 5 in every event he shows up in. But I will say that a year ago, that's the way that we were talking about him, was that he's just going to be a top 5 everywhere he went, and podium, 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 podium. That hasn't really realized itself. And so I think what we might need to do is reevaluate him. And the best way to do that is probably not in this competition, but will probably be after 3 or 4 competitions in 2025. Let's see how he does in 2025. I just pulled a thorn out of my leg. What the heck? I wonder how long that had been there. Gee whiz. All right. So we are about a half hour away, guys. A little bit less. So it's getting closer and closer and closer. You guys have done really well. And of course, it's time for that age-old command. Hit thy subscribe button and clicketh on the thumbeth up. I wonder something real quick. I need to check something. Ooh, we're at 896 subscribers. We are only 4 away from 900. We're 104 away from the big 1,000. Which means I'm only about, several 100,000 behind people who people care to listen to. So I'm closing in on being a nobody. I'm getting close to being a nobody. Roided, shirtless CrossFit boys. And on the right, we have Big Jace in a tank top. Big Jace isn't so big right now. Again, I am the smallest I have been in forever. I'm 212 pounds. I am soon going to be not here. The question that you had earlier about Discord stuff is not going to matter. Your future streams are going to be brought to you by nobody. Because I'm not even going to... I'm going to be here, but you guys won't know it. I'm going to be see-through. Transparent. And that doesn't mean forthcoming. I don't know if they are or they're not. And I've mentioned in the past my feelings on performance enhancers. And I'll revisit it now because it's going to be asked about anyway. So I have never taken anything, and I probably never will. And that's not because I'm so far against it or appalled by it or whatever. It's a combination of other things that have nothing to do with that. One, my faith. But two, I'm just a killjoy. I'm a boring guy. Never smoked, never drank, just don't do a lot of things that are appealing to most people. The appeal isn't there to me. And I'm ultimately interested in what can I achieve. Same reason I don't use deadlift suits. To me, that's a performance enhancer too. I'm not interested in what an equipment or a prescription bottle can give me. I want to know what I can do. Now, I'm not doing this at those who choose to use it unless it is banned and against the rules. If the rules say you can't do it, then I ultimately believe you should follow the rules. And if you're doing stuff like that and trying to hide it and those who can't, then you are a cheater and you are breaking the rules. Now, if it's not tested and everyone is doing it, then I really don't frown upon it. To me, that is fair. If everyone's doing it, then it's a level playing field. So see what's in the rules and see what everyone else is doing, and then make your own decision. You could probably start calling me Lil Jace since I'm born if you're looking at me from a height wise, right? You guys know I'm a miniature man. Um, Interesting thing. Right before I started to slim down, one of my buddies in life, I was talking about how I don't like the way I look, and I'm not really a fan of my physique, and so on and so forth. And this one friend of mine, he said, "I'm really jealous of your physique." And I was like, "Really?" And he said, "Yes." And he wasn't joking, but he said, and I quote, this was the compliment he paid me. He said, "You remind me of a Lego minifig." So apparently he's envious of and wants to look like me because I look like a Lego minifig. True story. Uh, why don't strongman ever bench press? It's not that they never do, it's that they rarely do. It's not something that is in many competitions because this is strongman, it's not powerlifting. There have been various attempts to bring bench into strongman competitions throughout the years, some more successful than others. Most recently, we had the standing bench with the kegs coming through at the Strongest Man on Earth when Brian said goodbye to the sport. But yeah, we don't see it much. We are a deadlift. We're lift things from the ground to the waist and push things over your head. That's really the bulk of what strongman is. But it is not something that we feature a lot of. It's not something that most of them train much of, if any, for some of them. And so it is very possible that if you go into a gym with some really, really strong guys, and some of these guys show up and they sit down the bench, it's possible that these guys won't be the best benchers there. They might be outbenched by a couple of the guys there because they just don't train it. Now, if we do start seeing it in more competitions and they do start training it more, that would change drastically, I believe. My wallet was in the console, but I feel like the rose bush is probably where it should have been because I don't know where that thorn came from, and I don't know how long it was there. I just ordered a set of the Evolution Athletic sleeves for the elbows and knees, the kind that he has with the straps. And I posted on the community that I ordered the 3X in both. And this was, again, the time where I was thinking maybe it's time for Jace to lose a little bit of weight. And then when I ordered 3X, when I had to get 3X and I measured myself, I found myself thinking, yeah, 3X sounds a lot, especially for a guy as short as me. That's a little too big, Jace. It might be time to take some of this weight off because it ain't all muscle mass. there's a lot of padding on the outside of that muscle tissue. And so I waited and waited and waited and waited for the sleeves to come in. And then what I found when I tried to put them on is it turns out I should have ordered 4X sleeves for the arms. The 3X knee sleeves were fine. Those were fine. But I need bigger sleeves for the arms. I had my brother go to the gym with me, and for 15 straight minutes, he was trying to tug the one up my arm and couldn't get it there. Had to have someone else eventually come over there, and it took the two of them to put it on so that I could wear it, and it was incredibly uncomfortable to the point that I would actually say it was painful. So I guess I wasted money on those, and I need to order a set of 4X sleeves. But instead, what I'll probably do is I'll probably just scrap it. I'll spend less money, and I'll get some of the triple ply sleeves instead of the kind with the straps. But I am glad I got the ones with the straps for my knees, because as I've talked about several times, I have a lot of problems with my legs anyway, and I do really, really enjoy the Evolution Athletics strap sleeves for the knees. Not quite the same security and support that you would get from using knee wraps, but a whole lot better than any sleeve I've ever tried before. I like them a lot. But I think I can get away without them for the elbows, and I'll just get some nice thick triple ply sleeves for the elbows. About 15 minutes to go, guys. So start microwaving your popcorn. How did I feel about the power drive? Sorry I missed the question when it first came in, Mason. I was running my mouth. I loved that. I thought that event was really cool. It also looked super brutal. Yeah, again, it was a joy to watch. I really enjoyed it. It was not something that I would want to compete in at all. No way. I'll gladly watch people suffer through it, but I wouldn't do it. It looked horrible. No, I have not done one before, and I would not want to do one before. It just looked horrible. Very, very fun and enjoyable to watch, but I suspect very unenjoyable to participate in. I don't think that event would have given me a heart attack. The reason I don't think so is A is singular. I think it probably would have given me 3 or 4 heart attacks. Well, I live in Farmingtown, USA, and we bale cotton here, and that power drive bale, it looks remarkably similar to what the cotton looks like baled up. Now that was 750 pounds, and the cotton bales around here weigh around 500, between 480 and 520. So we just say 500 pounds. I've never rolled them, but watching that part, just to roll those, that actually looked kind of fun. Now, I wouldn't want to have to pick a stone or a bag up after that and carry it around, and I wouldn't want to have to sit down and do an arm over arm pull once I finished that. No, thank you. But just moving that first implementation, it looked kind of fun and probably challenging, and I think I'm going to make some content about that next year on the channel, and I think we're going to try to push some cotton bales through the field. And I think it'll be really tough. I don't think I will struggle that much with the 500 pounds, and that's a lot lighter than what they were doing. I don't think the weight will be the problem. I think it's the fact that it's a field, and that means very uneven stuff. It means non-stable footing underneath you. I think it's going to suck, but I also think it can be kind of fun. And whether I can do it or I fail miserably and can't move it at all, I think either way it should be good for entertainment. People will either be like impressed by what I'm doing, or they'll get to laugh at me and enjoy my failure. And I can handle that. All right, I'm gonna go take one final tinkle before we get to this final event, because once it starts, I'm not going to be able to get back up again. So talk amongst yourselves. World War III start now. Ugh. Wonder what I've done with my glasses. So I lost my wallet earlier. I found my wallet, but now I've misplaced my glasses. My glasses are the worst thing to lose because you're blind, which makes looking for them and finding them a bit of a challenge. Let's see here. Hooper looks a little beat up finally. He says that like he's rooting against him, which maybe he is. I don't know. Uh, but for him to be looking a little beat up finally, that is in the wake of when he starts looking beat up, that's his first win of the competition. So if it takes you getting worn down and beat up to get your first win, might as well get worn down and beat up early on. I'm very intelligent. Yeah, maybe. What are my thoughts on who is the strongest man who ever lived? The strongest men, multiple, plural. All right. I'm going to assume to answer this, we have to speak about real men. We can't use mythology, so we can't say like Zeus or Thor, or any kind of demigods. As a Christian, obviously, I believe in Samson and his feats that are described. That would still fall under Christian mythology, and a lot of you guys would reject that. If we would accept Samson and what was said about him, then that would be my answer. Um, yeah, if you have the ability to push Colosseum towers over and stuff like that, that's you're probably the strongest man who ever lived. But understand that that may be out of the realm of belief for some of you, and we can discount that. So then after that, we'd look at what are we using to define strength. Are we only looking at the sport of strongman? Probably not. Um, are we keeping in mind the size of the athlete? So is this strongest pound for pound, or strongest based on their size? Just overall, if you're 1,000 pound man, do you have the same exact standards that a 150 pound man has? Lots of stuff there. But I guess I would be inclined to say Uh, my list, and I am going to go across eras and generations because I don't believe you can really compare past and present eras. It's so different to look at them and say, well, this guy did more than this guy back then, so he's stronger. Yeah, he also has different guys pushing him. He also has modern training methodologies. He also has better nutrition. He also has better equipment. All these kinds of different things. You don't take that stuff away from them. You don't penalize them for that. But I think it makes it hard to compare them. So how I would answer that question is I'd give a vote to my favorite strongman of all time, Bill Kazmaier. I'd put some other names on that list from strongman. We would look at Thor. We would look at Zydrunas Savickas. We would look at Brian Shaw. Mitchell Hooper might have to join this list already, even though he's just starting his career. He might belong on this list already. But I think we've got those 4 names or so there that from the sport of strongman. After that, I would have to start looking at powerlifting and Olympic style weightlifting and maybe even some guys who have been known for doing a lot of famous stuff but didn't really compete, but toured and did the freak show stuff, the circus style stuff. There's a lot of them out there. So we could look at names like Thomas Sear. We could look at Thomas Inch. There's a lot of different names that we could pull up. It's an interesting question. Sounds like an opportunity for some good content in the future to discuss the strongest men of all time. And there have been a lot of videos like that, but probably none of them with my panache. And maybe we'll do a tier, and then we'll take that tier down and we will break them down into individual ones, which could be the new documentary series. Maybe when I'm deciding on who should be featured in a documentary, we feature the top 10 men who make Jace Man's strongest men in history. I think that's a good idea. I think we might do that. So, thanks for the idea / question. Let's just say that while we're talking about some of the strongest men, let me just say that I believe that Mark Henry does not get the credit that he deserves. And a lot of the reason he doesn't get the credit he deserves is because he chose to be a professional wrestler. And we know that professional wrestling is scripted, and the World's Strongest Man gimmick automatically makes him down. The physique he walked around with didn't exactly look like a hoss or a house of pain. Just kind of looked like a big fat boy. Now, we who follow this sport, we know that that is deceiving, and we know how strong those guys are, in spite of not having cover model bodies. But even in our community, I don't think that Mark Henry gets the credit he deserves. And when he came out and won the Arnold Classic with basically no training, he started training 2 months before that and had never done a strongman competition before, wins the dang thing. I think it opened some eyes, and I personally wish that he had stuck around a little bit longer and done some things in our sport, and it would have been interesting to see what he could have done with a greater, larger sample size. So I'm not saying that he's going to make my top 10 strongest men of all time. I'm not saying he'll be on that video, but I am giving him a shout out just to say that I do believe that he is genuinely underappreciated and very, very much underrated among strength athletes. I don't know if he is a lifelong natural athlete or not. I know that when he was competing in Olympic weightlifting, he was subject to strenuous testing. That doesn't mean that he was natural then either. We know that there are Olympic athletes who fail drug tests. And we also know that everybody that passed a drug test doesn't mean they're clean. It means maybe they know how to cycle better and all these other things. I'm also not one that disparages people and puts tarnish on their name unless I know something. So I'm not prepared to say whether he is natural or unnatural. I don't know. He claims he's natural. That's all there is to it. I'll also say that if he wasn't, I can't fault him and knock him that much for it for the reasons I already mentioned about 15, 20 minutes ago. If I do, then I become a hypocrite and I'm basically am choosing to have convenient morals and ethics based upon situational things. Because I already said earlier that even though I've never taken these things, the fact of the matter is most every one of these guys do. Not everyone, but most everyone does. So if he's doing the same thing, if he's doing it, but the guys around him are doing it too, it seems kind of weird to throw him under the bus and say, well, yeah, but he was on gear. He claimed not to be, but he was on gear, so it doesn't count. Well, why doesn't it count for him, but it would have counted for the other guys? You either gotta hold everybody to the same standard, or you gotta throw the standard out the window, in my opinion. Not a single strongman in history is natural. Not a single one. I guess I would say, do we believe that Hamzat Shemaev is natural? That would be a question that could be asked. Louis Cyr naturally strong, obviously drug free. I don't know how obvious it is that anyone is guilty or innocent. I don't know. I usually let other people I guess, subject people to trials in public based upon what they think or what they know and and let them do it. I try to stay out of it. I'm not following these guys. I'm not following these guys around day to day. I'm not looking in their bags that they're carrying around. I haven't been in the locker room with them. I don't know what packages are being delivered to their homes in the mail or in the mail. I don't know what FedEx or UPS deliveries are coming in. I don't know who their trainers are. I don't have any of that information. And I do know that the eyeball test doesn't mean squat. You see an awful lot of guys who don't look like they've ever used anything and pee uranium. And then you see a lot of other guys that look like they must be on something, but are tested religiously and regularly and never seem to fail. Now, again, that doesn't mean they're innocent, but there's no proof there of anything either. So I kind of refuse to sit and say what someone is guilty of unless I have proof or I've seen it with my own eyes. I don't feel comfortable doing that. And so, yeah. It's all speculation. It's all conjecture. And at the end of the day, really the only people that know are these guys when they put their heads on their bed pillows at night, and those who they either are or aren't buying stuff from, or those who are or aren't injecting them with something. Other than that, we're all just guessing. And usually we're guessing with a finger pointed, claiming how terrible it is to do those things, while we put our foot down on the accelerator and go 90 miles an hour in a 70. We have righteous indignation and act like we can talk down to other people because of how morally corrupt they are when we've had a couple drinks and drive home, or we took that mug that doesn't belong to us that we have provided by the office but belongs to the office. We decided we're going to take that home, or we take a couple of bathrobes home from the hotel. We all seem to have these little things where they're no big deals, and we look the other way when we're the ones doing it. But when it's someone that's not us, or not a child of ours, not a parent of ours, not a sibling of ours, not a best buddy of ours, then we get very, very, very justice minded. And I just find that a little too convenient. Thor's father is a joy to watch on Thor's channel. Obviously, you know where Thor's height came from, right? No questions or secrets there. But when you look at what Thor's father can do, I am often amazed by the things I see that guy do. Because yeah, he's forever tall, right? But he is scrawny. He does not look strong at all. And he's an older man, right? He's not old, but he's an older gentleman. He's a senior citizen. And you watch the things that he's doing in his 60s and stuff, and you're like, that's really impressive. That would be impressive if you were another 40 or 50 pounds heavier. But he's not another 40 or 50 pounds heavier. He's him. So the fact that you brought up Thor's father, I think, is interesting, and it is. I get a little joy, I will admit, out of watching Thor's father do some of the stuff with them, and I am often impressed by him. I think he's a little more than just grip strength, but obviously that's a specialty, and I think that's somewhat explainable. And it's because obviously having large hands helps. There's more to grip than that, but let's not kid ourselves. Having large hands is a big help, and when you're that tall, you probably have some large hands and stuff. Not something I benefit from. I have teeny hands, teeny tiny hands. Maybe they're decent size for a guy who's 5'4", but I don't know that for sure. But even if they are big for a guy who's 5'4", let's put it into the right channel and acknowledge the fact again that I'm 5'4". How big could my hands realistically be? The answer is not very. Now, if I grab my hand grips over here, you'll see that I actually have trouble. Oh, well, if I take this hand grip and I put it in my hand and I turn it around, you'll see that if I put it where my thumb goes, my fingers just barely overlap that. They don't even wrap around. They just barely cover that. That's all I can do with a typical hand grip. So my hands are pretty small. Now that I got my hand grips out here, I guess I just need to finish the rest of the stream by squeezing this thing. It's a lot harder after you do a few of them. I used to have a really good grip. I do not anymore. For a guy my size, I had a super good grip. Now, nope, nope, nope. I cannot hook grip a standard barbell. My hands are too small. Cannot do it. it's actually kind of bothered me that I can't do that, because when I was trying to build my deadlift up back to where I was in my prime, and I realized my grip was trash after the rock climbing accident I had. Um, I was looking for every advantage I could, and I really didn't want to use an over under grip. So I was looking for anything I could to avoid the reverse holds, and I thought, well, I'll try hook grip. And it's just way too small. So, yeah, I am going over under when I deadlift now and I get heavy if I'm not using straps. But I almost always use straps these days if I'm getting heavy. Mainly because of how bad my grip is, really. If I don't use straps, then I essentially don't get any workout in my back and my legs, because my grip gives out way, 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 way before my deadlifting ability does. I miss having a decent grip. Ooh, I think it's tough. And I thought we were at starting time here. I think they're a little bit overdue here. I think they were officially supposed to get started about 8 minutes ago. I believe. Believe that's true. All right, so go ahead and throw in some more questions and comments and stuff like that. And Charlemagne MWO, forgive me for asking, but I'm curious. Are you a male or a female? Because when I see the name, female just seems to jump out at me. But I also don't really know what the MWO is, and I don't know if that's a last name, and so I don't know what that is. So I've been seeing you comment today, and I've been thinking, I don't know. See, I'm glad I asked. Glad I asked. The safe money was on that. We are definitely a male dominated chat here. Occasionally the ladies come in and join us, but it is few and far between. Jaiswal, I already knew that you were male. We need to hurry up and get through these events. I want some chicken wings, and I want them now. Oh, while I'm sitting here, for those of you who have joined me in the past, some of you even told me that you were praying for me because I had this terrible eye infection for over a year. So much so that, there was a lot of talk about them actually taking my eye. I am proud to say and grateful to say that I am healthy and that the eye infection is finally gone. As of about 2 weeks ago, clean bill of health, and we have kicked that infection out the door. And I am so happy and so grateful, because not only has it made my vision terrible, And not only was it painful and gross to look at and all these other things, but it really weakened my immune system. And it caused me to be a lot weaker at the gym. It caused me to keep getting sick. It was just brutal and bad. And the infection is gone. And so, thank you to any of you who might have lifted me up in your prayers or had sent good vibes my way. I appreciate it. I really sincerely mean that. So, thank you. What's my thoughts on Oberst restarting his channel? In general, I think that Robert Oberst is a very entertaining guy. And yeah, he's a very entertaining guy. I do not think that he is an elite or epic strongman. I think that a lot of his strongman fame comes to being Brian Shaw's friend and Brian Shaw's renown in the sport. And for him trash talking the Brits and Eddie when he was competing. Obviously, he's stronger than I am. Obviously, he's stronger than most of us walking up and down the street. He's a strong, strong, strong man. But I don't think Robert Oberst is an elite or top of the food chain pro strongman. He's an entertaining guy. He's a strong man. He does attract some eyes to the sport. It's only a good thing when he's competing and making content. So in those regards, I guess I'm glad that he's back and producing it and stuff. But if you try to sell me on the idea that he's going to show up to World's Strongest Man or Arnold Classic or the Rogue Invitational or the Strongest Man on Earth and he's going to find himself on a podium, no. If you tell me he's going to finish in the top 5, no. If you tell me he's going to finish in the top 8, no. If you tell me that he's going to make a World's Strongest Man final, if he ever gets another invite and goes there and has to go through the heats, I'm going to say, I don't believe you. But unquestionably a strong man, unquestionably an entertaining guy, and people love him. So it's good that he's making stuff there, but yeah. Well, Oberst may have got mad at Laws for saying that he isn't as good as Brian at Half Thor, but Oberst should know that, and that shouldn't be noteworthy. And if it is, then I guess Robert Oberst can be mad at me too if he ever comes across this or hears this, which I'm a nobody, so he never will. But I would say the same thing. Robert Oberst isn't as good as Brian or Half Thor. He's also not as good as Eddie. He's not as good as pretty much anyone competing there today. I could maybe make an exception and say, well, you could argue that he could be better or competitive with a couple of these guys. But yeah, I just don't think he's at that level. I think if it hadn't been for his charisma and the ability to trash talk the Brits and his friendship with Brian Shaw, I honestly don't think most of us would know his name. Now, I would, because again, I follow the sport to the nth degree like I do and can't get enough of this stuff. But the vast majority of people, if it weren't for those things, would have no clue who he is. Inez, man, she has had such a good competition. I'm proud of her and I'm shocked by her performance. I didn't think she was going to make the podium, let alone be standing in first place when we got to the event. I figured she might finish 5th, maybe. And I kind of thought that was best case scenario, really. Yes, I remember that when she smashed her face and kept right on competing. Immediately got back up and went right after it then. And then for the next day, she's all swelled and cracked open and still going. She's a gangster for sure. You're right. Sam can lift a kettlebell. Sam can lift a dumbbell. Sam can lift. I think she just crushed her boob and said, ow. Oh, not happening. This time she has to hope she doesn't give herself another mastectomy. Oh, that was illegal. They didn't tell her to put it down. Ooh, she skipped the boobs that time, jumped it up over and caught it. That was better. No mastectomies. But she's like, man, that's tough. Yeah, axles are really tough for me too. These ladies are gonna understand that because they're gonna have smaller hands, you know. Um, I don't like events like this either. It's not happening, Sam. Might as well just wave to the crowd. $2 minutes and it is all over. Yes, she has had a very underwhelming performance. She has really underperformed where Inez, in my opinion, has super duper overperformed. Sam was one of your favorites going into this weekend, I think. I figured most people thought she'd be in the top four. Didn't turn out that way at all. I think I just realized earlier when I was talking about the strongest men in history, I said Thomas Inch. I think I also said Thomas Sear instead of Lewis Sear. Let's go back and rewind and watch that now. Ooh! Don't drop that on your face, Andrea. 235 pounds. How many stones is that? Where's Banana Hammock when we need him? Need someone to tell me how many stones that is. $16.7 stone. That's how you pick up 16.7 stone right there. Andrea is spent. Saw that going badly. She did a good job to avoid the injury there. Saw that going badly. What's my bench press PR? I have to remember. I think 435. I believe 435 is the most I've ever done. But I haven't done that in years. As a matter of fact, I benched last night, and after I've been losing weight, before I started, I was doing about 360. I didn't max out last night. I didn't have a spotter with me, and I didn't like the way the weights were feeling. 3 wheels, 315 felt super heavy. I did not like it at all. So I did 2 sets of 1 rep of 315, and that was as heavy as I went. I did not feel comfortable going heavier. So I am considerably weaker than not only my best, but considerably weaker than I was 6 weeks and 30 pounds ago. Ooh, come on, Melissa. That's a good way to rip a shoulder out the way she tried to fight that and hold that back. It started to go to the side and she still tried to fight it. You don't want to do that. Once it goes out to the side like that, you got to let it go down. Oh, better stop it, Melissa. Right now, Hannah Lindsay's run is looking pretty good, huh? I'm afraid she is. They say discretion is the better part of valor, and I think it's time for her to walk away. Oh, man. Melissa. I don't know if she's fearless or. Yeah, I don't like to be insulting, so I won't say it. But, man. From her shoulder to her skull, she did not seem to like herself very much at all in that event. She was bound and determined to go to the hospital. Angelica Jardine. Yeah, bruh. All right, should we hear some commentary? Let's listen to a little bit of commentary.
Got it.
I don't think he did not have a signal. But Jardine is through. It's better there. Good.
Yeah, let's go.
Jardine is onto the first of our axles.
Now, unlike a lot of the ladies, Jardine actually has a belly she can rest the axle on.
150. But that was all tricep power.
Come on, Angelica.
Jardine now starting to struggle with that 235-pound axle. Now, can we see one of these ladies lift this 235-pound axle? Noticing one athlete do it so far. Anna Lindsay, only one that's managed to press this weight.
Oh!
Angelica,
She got it that high. It's going. It's going. The clean was the hardest part of that, I knew. Once it was to the shoulders, I knew she was pressing it. Oh! These ladies' poor boobies.
She's got great power through those hips. She needs to utilize them.
Pop those hips, it'll pop into your shoulders.
Lots of free mastectomies given at the Rogue Invitational.
This woman to finish. Big pop in the hips, Angelica. Come on.
There you go.
He's going to finish this. He's got the come on.
Get steady, come on.
Gotta make it count.
Yeah.
She's giving herself a chance to wind up on the podium because Lucy Underground got stuck on the first axle. She's giving herself an amazing chance there. And look what it means to her. The Arnold champion.
Again, the youngest, most inexperienced competitor, and already doing very, very well. Unless she gets super hurt or decides that the sport's not for her, I think she has a very bright future ahead of her. I suspect she will naturally get more fit and slim up as she lifts, because muscle burns a lot of fat anyway. And she's probably not going to go out there and do a lot of aerobic activity. However, if you look at Rebecca Roberts, her physique has changed a lot in the last year. She still looks, she's still got the pooch belly there, and all the other stuff. But if you just look at the way Rebecca Roberts' physique has changed the last year, I think you'll see similar stuff with Jardine over the next 18 months. I think as she gains more muscle, it will burn some of the fat. How much she wants to work on her conditioning beyond that, we'll have to wait and see. But I think her conditioning will naturally improve just with her competing in general. Man, what a good event is Inez having. phenomenal, phenomenal event. We are almost done. Wow. Wow. Man, Inez is incredible this competition. I believe she just sewed it up and won the thing. And again, I thought fourth would be the absolute best she could muster. And even that I thought was pushing it. Really, I thought fifth would be a good performance for her. If she finished fifth, she finished in the top half of the pack. Good competition for Inez. She comes out here and smashes the thing and wins it. Is in the lead after the first event, really, and just never looks back or gives it away. I guess she didn't have the lead at the first, but she was still competitive there. Did better than anyone was expecting, and then from that point on, it was good. Man, jeez. That did the clean did not look good. The press didn't look good. None of that looked good for Olga. But I guess the result was the result you want.
What it means for them all.
Yeah.
Not just the winners. I mean, Inez has been incredible, but every single one of these women, this is a massive opportunity to show what they can do and grow this sport.
Unbelievable. This venue, this platform, Rogue supporting it, like everybody getting behind them. The women finally, they're. I mean, they've been there, but to be here on this big stage just means so much to everybody.
Go down to the
Let me just say that the Queen of Pigs there, Inez, that's what she calls herself, guys. I'm not saying anything against her or making some sort of comment. Inez calls herself the Queen of Pigs. So anyway, I think it's interesting that she had the chalk all up here, and as it was coming there, she's breathing the chalk going up there. It almost made it look like smoke or something, you know. It would have been a good look for Lisi's, the dragon breathing smoke or something.
one great moment for Annette Carrasquillo. 3 event wins. And Lucy Underdown has been fantastic to watch as well, and all the support that she's given all the athletes. We talked at the beginning on Friday about the role, Kristen, that you've had in helping me build the sport. And now seeing these women on this stage. And now that you see it play out, what's going through your mind?
I'm just, it's the things that you dream about. It does make me emotional because I saw this coming for so long, and to actually see this come to fruition and see the support of the fans. This whole crowd is on their feet, cheering, standing ovation for these women. Oh my gosh, it's just absolutely incredible. And thank you to everybody for the support. Thank you.
It's so good.
Yeah.
So good to see. I've seen so many strong women in the crowd coming to support this competition. That's what it needs if we want the women to be on the same platform as the men. Rogue Invitational have made it happen.
All right, so yeah, just a great competition for Inez. If you would have, I'm so surprised by the performance. I'll just put it like this: if I would have did what I typically do with these chats and asked like, who do you guys think's gonna win, and gave some things here. If whoever would have said that they predicted Inez would be the Rogue champion when this is over, I probably would have had a little fun at their expense. I probably would have made fun of them a little bit. Wow. I can't really say much other than wow. She did incredible. That's a pretty good comeback from cracking your face open the last time that we saw you, or one of the last times we saw you. I think it was the last time we saw her, but wasn't that long ago. Pretty good. So all that's left now is the men. It's time for the men event. See, that sounds like main event. See what I did there? Okay, anyway. Those weights look a lot heavier than they did before. $210, $235, $375, and $405. Yeah, your responses were pretty close. Yes, they were. It's pretty heavy stuff, really, for an event that's kind of laughed at or mocked for not being that heavy. I think those are pretty darn respectable weights, in my opinion. And not only that, that's another thing that I think is kind of funny. We look at a lot of these quote unquote lighter competitions, and the fans and the athletes and spectators complain that they're not heavy enough. But then you watch the athletes compete, and you'll still see plenty of them fail and not do it. And almost ironically, to go back to the Hooper thing where he's like, the people who win seem to win regardless, sort of even the completion. Like, if it's a super heavy thing and you see like half the field completing it, you usually see about half the field completing it, whether it's super heavy or supposedly light. So it seems to me pretty clear that it's not level competition. And again, all men are not created equal. You've got a bunch of strong people who show up to compete, but then you've got a class of guys who are here, and then a clear class of guys who are below that level here. This is going to be exciting because you got several places at play here. It's not just a matter of first, second. First is pretty much settled, barring the unthinkable here. But 2, 3, 4, all very much at play. Well, most of us here have already predicted that he won't podium. Most of us here have said that your podium is going to be Hooper, Evan Singleton, and Tom Stoltman, and probably in the swapped order there. Hooper, Stoltman, Singleton, which is what I said, but I could see where Evan could wind up as high as 2, depending upon things here. And I do think that Thor has fallen off the podium. I don't see him doing well enough here to keep the second place. No. And to keep from falling off the podium, I don't see that either. But he could. I really, really don't think. I really don't see Thor doing well enough to finish silver for sure. He might be able to fight and hold on to third place, but even that to me seems like a bit of a reach and seems like potentially a bit of wishful thinking for his fans. He's probably going to be on the outside looking in, but I hope he does it. I hope he makes it. I hope we do see Thor on the podium because it'd be a good comeback story for him. It'd be a really good accomplishment. I think it would also go a long way to helping his confidence and would only give him a lot of fuel to his fire for 2025, which I think that's really when we want to see this Hooper and Thor showdown. I don't really think we cared to see it in 2024 because most of us had a realistic assumption that we weren't going to see the best Thor until next year at the earliest. And probably next year, period, because after that, then age will start to become more of a thing, and the wear and tear of all the mini competitions he has been is going to be a thing. So I think Thor's best opportunity is 2025. I thought that going into this year when he said he was coming back. But so I think, that's when we're going to see the best Mitchell Hooper and Thor showdowns this next year. But I also think that if he can do well here, if he can rebound after the bad pressing event on day one, it will really help his confidence a lot going into next year. And if he struggles here, then it could potentially do the exact opposite. Excuse me. All right, guys. What do we got going on? Who's going to take this? Not first place in the competition. We've already discussed what that's probably going to be. But who is winning this event? Put it in the chat. Make your vote. Yeah, one thing that Hooper has the advantage of is getting to go last, so he's going to know exactly what he has to do to go beyond. Now, in asking Mitchell Hooper why he changed his mind when he said he was going to go all out even when he didn't need to in the last event and then not doing it, one of the things that he claimed, and I'm not about to call him a liar, is he claimed it was better for the competition, better for this, but he also said that there was only one athlete who could have been impacted based on if he tried or not, how it would have affected the standings. And so he went and asked his competitor if he minded for that. And he's like, no, me and Trey Mitchell can go heads up. That's fine. So if Mitchell Hooper does that again and he goes to like half Thor, Tom, and Evan Singleton and says, do you guys want me to give max effort even if I don't, so that you know exactly where you're going to fall and you don't wind up lucking into second, third, or fourth position based upon where I finished? If he does that, then that makes him a really stand-up guy, a really, really good ambassador for the sport of strongman. But I would also say a bit bizarre and peculiar. He doesn't need to do that, and he doesn't owe them that. But he will have the advantage of going last, so he doesn't need to do that. He'll know exactly what he has to do. He'll know, do I need to do the kettlebell and a dumbbell and call it quits? Do I need to do the kettlebell, dumbbell, and first axle? Do I need to complete this thing in such and such time? He's going to know 100% what he needs to do, and he'll do at least that. He's going to win. Just a matter of beyond that. All right. We are ready for some rocking and rolling here. You guys want commentary here? Like, the official commentary, or do you want me to talk and call the action and talk to you guys? Since it's the final event, I'll leave it up to you guys. Hear from Jace or hear from not Jace? Jace all day. Oh, it's I will say it's really interesting. People just talk about Luke fighting for Tom. You're right, he'll do that, and I've talked about it more than one time, and I'll probably talk about it again. There is no bigger big brother. There's no better big brother on earth than Luke Stoltman. I mean, you can tell that his love for Tom is pure and true. Well, welcome back. I would not have guessed Arm Kings. Now, all of the Ukrainians are very, very good with like dumbbells and stuff. So apparently, that kettlebell feels pretty weird to him because if it was a dumbbell, it'd be no problem. I don't think I've ever tried to lift a heavy kettlebell before. Okay, I'm going to take that back. Forget I don't think I have. I have never tried to lift a heavy kettlebell before. Work and responsibilities, terrible stuff. Terrible stuff. Wow. Well, when you're seeing that they can't even lift the kettlebell, and all Mitchell Hooper needs is a couple points, you're looking at this and you're going, if you're Mitchell Hooper, you're thinking, great, I might get away with just being able to go out there and lift a kettlebell. And I also think that this is good news for Halfthor. There goes Seaman with chiming in there. I think this is really good news for Halfthor too. Yes. Wow. Wow. So all the talk about how light Rogue is, and all the talk about how these events should be heavier, we just saw two of the strongest men on planet Earth go out there and fail the very first implement. Undoubtedly, I would agree with you. It being an unfamiliar apparatus and piece of equipment does factor into it. But if it was lighter, you'd bet that they would figure that implementation out a lot quicker. So, it wasn't 210 pounds and it was 150 pounds. Probably wouldn't matter how different it was. All right, we are off. There you go. Good job for Luke. Good job for Bobby. Okay, so strongmen can lift kettlebells. We now know that. That age-old riddle has been solved. We've all been wondering it since the beginning of time, and now we know. Yes, strongmen can lift kettlebells. Luke should be able to get this. He's a really great presser. Scotland is a place called home. Bobby's really struggling with that dumbbell. Really, really struggling with that dumbbell. He's done. I understand his struggles. Now that I'm 25, 30 pounds lighter than I was, my strength is down too. And Luke completes the run. Good job, big brother. So, about helping Tom out and being in between and putting space between. He may not have put space between Tom and Thor here if Tom can best Thor, which we expect he can. The reason he may not have put space between Tom and Thor is he might have just did better than Tom will do. I think Tom can beat that. I think Tom can beat that. I think Tom will beat that. I do not think that it is pre-written and preordained. All right, there we have it, guys. There we have it. 6 gentlemen remaining. Is that right? Yeah, that's right, right? 6 gentlemen remaining? Yeah. Yeah, if Thomas Evans, and I'm not sure which arm it is, which one he's going to be going. You'd think he'd have to use the healthier arm, but it looks like he's bundling up on the other side. Looks like he's going to try these with the injured arm. That's kind of strange, unless there's just that major of a strength difference between them. But once they get to the axles, I just can't see that working to his favor. Okay, he is using the non-injured arm. So there we go. Good job, Thomas Evans. Now here's where we get to see, is this arm as hurt as he made it look? Because if it is, even that seemed pretty impressive. If we're really talking about bicep tear, he might be injured, but I don't buy that it's a bicep tear. I don't buy that at all. Strain, yeah, maybe. Tear, no, he's not doing this with a torn bicep. If he is not only the most gutsy competitor I've ever seen, but he is the toughest man alive. This is good though. This is good. Good performance by Luke. Thomas Evans still turning in and getting at least 3, probably just the 3. This two second place, third place, and fourth place battle it's shaping up to be really, really interesting stuff, guys. It looked like Havthor had a very, very good chance of holding on to the podium when we saw 2 guys go out there and fail the kettlebell. Now that Luke completed the entire run, Thomas Evans made it through 3. Now, it's not so much of a foregone conclusion that Thor can save his podium spot. This is really interesting. Thomas Evans just gave us our first Kirk Gibson moment in Strongman. All right, so now we get to see a T-Rex and a tall Stoltman. T-Rex versus Albatross. Coming at you. Did not help Evans' chances to get on the podium with Luke completing the entire medley. That did not help Evans' chances. Evan probably thinks Luke should have stopped after 3. Here we are. We're off. Oh. There we go. Now Tom has caught up to Evan, and the big lead is gone. And now Tom pulls ahead, has a slight lead. By the time they get there, it's even slighter. Okay, Tom is faster than older brother through the first 3. Man, Magnus is tough. Jeez. That was illegal, Tom. That's illegal, Tom. That's a lot of energy expenditure there. Like I said, I don't think Big Brother helped Little Brother out here. Yeah, Tom looks like he knows it's not there. Neither of you guys are going to get it, so don't even try. So, still exciting stuff here. Going to be really, really interesting to see what Half Thor does here. Yeah, if Thor manages to get through both of the single arm presses and the first double arm press, yeah, I think he'll be on the podium. But I'm not sure he'll do that. And I'll stand by what I said earlier, which may come back to bite me in the butt here too. But I will say, if he gets the second implement, if he gets the dumbbell, he will lift the third implement. But I don't know that he'll get that 253 dumbbell. I think he'll get the 210 kettlebell. But maybe with it also, going back to what you said earlier, different type of implementation, these guys not really used to lifting kettlebells. Maybe that'll factor into it in addition to his struggles with the pressing. I don't know. But I feel like he probably gets that. That dumbbell is a toss-up. There's a lot riding on this performance right here. All right. This is what it all comes down to. And again, Mitchell Hooper knows exactly what he has to do now. So how does he play this? Woo! There we go. Looks like he knows that's enough points and he's calling it quits. There you go. He worked for that. He worked for that. He worked for that. Got it. Oh, I thought Hooper was done. Looked like he was phoning it home. Just took the sleeves off. It looks like he's going up there. Just waiting for him. That was kind of classy by Mitchell. Let's do this together, big boy. So there's your winner, Mitchell Hooper.
Phil Bjornsson, showing tremendous respect there. A great champion in his own right, but today is Mitchell Hooper's day.
So Half Thor did a great job not only holding on to the podium,
It was so much fun to watch.
but holding on to second place. So Thor held onto the podium and not only holds the podium, but holds that second place position.
Consistency that we talk about all the time. Second place, second place, second place, third place, first place, and finally one more second place. That is hard to beat when you're never outside the top three on an event. We've seen incredible performances from other athletes. Thomas Evans in the farmers into the log lift. Hafthor Bjornsson winning a number of events. Tom Stoltman and Luke Stoltman winning this final event. But the consistency of the Canadian is what makes him the great champion he is. And now he is the two-time Rogue Invitational champion.
Bringing home a gold medal to his daughter. He blocks out that last press. Only he and Luke Stolman finished this event inside the 2-minute time cap. And just another incredible performance from the Moose. Let's go down to Kiki Dixon, winter champion.
Strongman champion. Keep dominating.
I don't know. Actually, this weekend it popped up a big deadlift that got me invited to World's Strongest Man, and that was only 4 years ago. 2.5 years ago, no one knew who I was. And frankly, if you lined the 10 strongmen up and you just had any ordinary person pick the winner, no one's putting me top 3. It's either this is incredible or I have a dream to wake up from. Either way, I'll ride the wave.
Ride the wave. Keep the dream alive. You do. Competition, and how did you overcome it?
I think just staying in the moment. When you get off to a good start and you build any sort of lead, it's easy to become complacent. But say that kettlebell, for example, we saw guys not able to complete it. I was struggling with that kettlebell. In fact, I said, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to do that. And I watched 6 guys go out and do it. So I think, okay, I guess this is going to have to happen now. So yeah, really just staying in the moment, especially with family back home. Ash, Peyton, everyone watching at home, love you guys. I appreciate the support from afar. And yeah, it's time to soak it in now.
There's been a lot of friendly trash talking amongst you and the fellow competitors. Any final words for the fellas?
No, we'll let it speak for itself. And it all is friendly. It's funny. We might be big dudes, but in the end, we got into this because we like just lifting weights by ourselves, and more of us are shy than not. So no legitimate, no real trash talk, but happy to take home first prize.
Congratulations.
Someone who's looking to dethrone Mitch Hooper, how you're going to do it. Because as you mentioned, just the consistency, you're not going to be able to do it by yourself. You got to get help. You need more than one person.
Fantastic athletes out there. Mitch Hooper is riding a wave right now. And it is that, he looks at every aspect of the sport. And if the other guys want to catch up, they need to look at what he's doing. He's taken the sport to another level. But we do have so many fantastic strongmen out there that will no doubt be training hard over the winter.
All right.
Big contest this year.
For the second year in a row, Mitch Hooper is your Rogue Invitational champion. Inez Carrasquillo takes it for the women. Thanks for being with us, everybody. That's going to do it for the Strongman and Strong Women competitions here in Aberdeen, Scotland.
Okay, guys. I guess the 2024 Rogue Invitational is over. And I'm probably not going to sit around here and wait for the awards presentation or anything like that. Actually, as I'm looking at the final standings here, it's a little bit different than I was expecting. Hopefully they just showed it there and I missed it after 5 events. Tom and Thor are tied. I don't know how they're handling ties here. If they're doing countbacks, most event wins, who did better in the last event. I don't know what the tiebreaker is. So we have Hooper, Thor, and Stoltman the way that it looked like it was going to be after 4 events today. And now we have a tie for that second place position. So I'm assuming it's Hafthor wins second because of the event wins. Have they said it? I guess I'll wait to see what that bar at the bottom of the screen says again. I kind of wish we had like one standard set of rules for strongman, not event by event, and specifically how we do handle these matters of ties and things. I think we should know what exactly is expected and it not be in question or debatable or change on a whim from month to month to month, whatever. We need a little bit of standardization. Guess they're not going to speak, so we'll just watch the little ticker at the bottom here. So there's the strongman woman, or the strong woman, and we should show the men after this. Strongman events. Hooper, Hafthor with a 2 next to his name, Tom Stoltman with a 2 next to his name. That doesn't help me at all, Rogue. That doesn't help me at all. Maybe the tie is just that. Maybe it is a tie, and they'll split the second and third place money, and we don't have a third place finisher. Maybe. I don't. The bottom line is, I don't know. So I almost feel like the climax of this stream isn't the competition, it isn't the contest, it isn't the performance. It's the gosh dang scoring system. That's the climax of the video. Only in the sport of strongman can we see this stuff. I thought surely I'll watch that ticker and then they'll put them in order and I'll see a 2 and I'll see a 3. And it said 2 Hafthor, and I was like, there you go. Most event wins. And then it says 2 Tom Stoltman. And you're like, what? Seriously? Well, the podium is pretty clear. It's Hooper, Bjornsson, and Stoltman. The question is it gold, silver, silver, or gold, silver, bronze? And if it's gold, silver, bronze, who's getting the silver and who's getting the bronze? Tom beat Hafthor in the last event. He has 1 event win. Hafthor has 2 event wins. So based on how I've seen these strongman competitions go over the years, I can make a compelling argument for either one. And I don't think it should be that way. Again, I think we need standardization. It should be the same every time, but we play by a different set of rules every city we go to and every organizer that's throwing the thing. Oh, man. Now that is, again, someone said earlier that Luke really helped little brother out. But Luke didn't help little brother out by beating little brother. Because if he had fallen between Hafthor and Tom, then it would be a clear, undisputed second place victory position for Tom Stoltman and Hafthor coming to third. But he didn't do that. He didn't finish between Tom and Thor. He beat them both. So they wind up tied in the points. Yeah, those 10 points were very, very good for Luke for sure. He went from being in the bottom of the pack to being in the top of the pack. So the bottom half, he gets to be in the first half. And he hasn't been in the first half in a while, so good for him. 400-meter sprint off. 50-meter swim. Or heck, let's give Mitchell Hooper something to challenge himself with. We'll decide who gets the second place between Halfthor and Tom by making them run a marathon. Whoever gets the fastest time in 26.2 miles is your second place rogue winner. I wonder how long it would take either of those guys to complete a marathon. A week? A month? Now we know Thor did a whole lot of running when he was training for boxing. I don't know how they're going to score this. One would think, but the question is, does it take it right out of you to the place where he gets no net gain, no benefit from all the road work that he did? Is it completely gone? Or is it a better gas tank than it would have been without him having done that? Tom didn't have that time. Tom is younger. Not quite as heavy as Thor right now. There are definitely moving components to this, and I say it's a dang good idea. Let's line them up and shoot the gun, and let's see who can finish 26.2 miles faster. Tom, Thor, the spotlight is on you. May the best man win. All joking aside, how many of you would watch a one-on-one marathon between 6'8", 6'9" Thor, 6'8" Tom Stoltman? How many of you would watch that? I would totally watch that. I just want to say that right now. Oh, man. It's also nice for the commentators to leave us there hanging. So long from Rogue. We'll see you next time, sports fans. You have a deadlocked point total on the scoreboard, and we're not about to tell you how that shakes out or what that means. See ya! I said I wasn't going to wait for the award ceremony, but I guess I am and did. Unplanned. Now we're going to get the answer to the question, though. Let's find out, guys.
Left it all out on the competition floor through 6 events. We hope you enjoyed heading to Scotland for this year's Invitational, filled with so much heritage and strength and stone lifting. Thank you our partners and sponsors who helped make this event possible.
You're welcome.
TWB, GoRuck, Mod Tub, Rogue, Concept 2, Crocs, Strongest, and Yeti. Let's make some noise for our sponsors.
They didn't even thank me. They ran off all those names and didn't thank me. Jerks.
with 10 points. Make some noise for John.
She is a 3-time world's strongest woman. How far the mighty have fallen. Bella Vogue. Come on, Rogue. There you go.
Point. Thompson. Place with 28.5 points. Make some noise for sixth place with 28.5 points. Place with 29 points. Fourth place with 40 points. Angelica Johnny. (2024) Rogue Invitational Strong Women Podium Finishers. In third place with 41 points, placing first in 2 events, Lucy. Second place with 47 points, with 1 second place finish and 3 third place finishers. Olga. In first place, taking home over $120,000. Give it up for your inaugural champion with 3 first place finishes. And
He really, really did have a great, great competition. And there were a lot of ties among the women, and they did say tie. So is it they refused to have ties for the podium for the men? If not, then I think that might have been a bit foreshadowing. It may be a second place tie between Tom and Thor. We get our answer now. And then the question is, do they have 2 second place belts? Were they ready for that reality? I've never been more intrigued to see who gets what reward in my life. This is the most drama, intrigue, and mystery of the entire competition.
With 21 points. In seventh place with 27 points.
I think Bobby Thompson's probably going to be a bit disappointed with that 8th place finish, especially after starting the contest out with that 925 deadlift. Wait a minute. Did they say third or tied for second? There we go. Sharing second place. There's our answer, guys. All right, guys. That concludes the 2024 Rogue Invitational Strongest Man competition. We watched the women, we watched the men, the battle is done. Hooper reigns supreme again. And now I bid you adieu until next time. Jace Man out.